Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link. But prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin. But always make sure your arguments are LPP. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to a Saturday night Logical, Plausible, Probable stream where, folks, I'm just going to have to share with you the entertainment value that I get from Evos on YouTube that folks, they must willfully suspend their critical thinking skills or are just not bright enough to comprehend things and therefore need to stop telling other people what is the likely foundation to their worldview and what is the most reasonable conclusion for our very existence. Because it's just getting more and more entertaining to read this stuff, to listen. And, one of my favorites, obviously, is Answers in Atheism, also known as Speed of Pudding, also known as Mike, also known as Speed of Sound of Gravity, and his whole crew. I mean, they make me the focus of so many of their streams. I usually don't even respond. And the occasional time I do, they get all worked up about it. It's pretty funny. And they even though I obliterate them, the next day they come back and they admit different things that I say and then claim that I'm still wrong. it's priceless, folks. And I may actually review this most recent one, but something else happened after the other night's stream in comments, and I was just like, this is too good. It's too good. I can't make it up. So I'm gonna have to just share with y'all an example of how atheists don't think for themselves, or even when they claim to go and like actually pay attention, they still don't grasp things that are clearly stated. So I'm going to need y'all to pay attention as I kind of review a few things here in a minute. And then, if I'm wrong, if I'm just an egotistical, individual who thinks that I can speak better than I do or elucidate my concepts or better than I do, I want y'all to let me know. And then, perhaps I'll need to apologize. If y'all are able to understand what I said, I would like you to know as well, just to make sure that I'm not suffering from some kind of cognitive dissonance as a theist, which the Evos like to claim so much. Before we get into that, give a big shout out. We got Hurricane Havoc in the house. The one and only Doki Doki. He's already slinging super stickers. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks so much. Cram is here. Oh man, the one and only leader of the pudding gang, Germania, is in the side chat. We'll see if he'll join when I open up the mic here in a little bit. There's Cheryl, also a member. What's up, Cheryl? How you doing? Thanks so much for your support. Greatly appreciate that. Oh man, the one and only Redefined Living is in the house. Hope you're feeling better, brother. I know you've been trying to get over a bug out there. Dustin Buck is here. We got Kevin. What's up, Kevin? How you doing? I think I saw, there he is. Bible Research Tools, also known as Dan's in the house. What's up? What's up? I think I even saw Raw Matt himself of Young Earth Creation channel. Everybody should go check his stuff out. Always has good, entertaining things going on over there. And I think I saw some other folks. Where'd they go? Oh, Iron Matt is here as well. Anthony 1701. What's up? How you doing? How you doing? All right, I think I got everybody that's in the house so far. Oh, Pure Icy Gold's here. What's up? How you doing? Okay, so the other night, we're doing the stream, and some conversation came up about, how could different things get funded for research in modern academia? Because, a lot of times things just get completely turned down, or you can't get funded, or in many cases, if you put forth that you want to challenge the conventional paradigms, you get banished in perpetuity and don't get, it's not like you don't even get funded, or might not get funded as much. Like you get kicked out of universities for having alternative opinions. Look at something like Douglas Axe, for example. After doing his research on the unlikelihood of functional protein folds at the University of Cambridge, so he gets accepted into the premier institution in the world when it comes to genetics. It's literally where Watson and Crick discovered the DNA double helix and the genetic code, all these kind of things. Like he's there, is accepted, does research, gets published, and then people are like, oh well, we don't like this, and they kick him out. So just an example. Now, Pure Icy Gold says, what is Jumping the Shark? Okay, so back in the day, there was a TV show, and in one of the episodes, I don't think it's like, I think it was like season 6 or 7, something like that. It was so ridiculous, like over the top, right? It was on Happy. The show was Happy Days, by the way. And this character Fonzie, he's like water skiing, and he literally goes and jumps over a shark. And this is like a sitcom comedy, never crazy stuff they're doing like this. I mean, weird stuff happens, but never like, oh, you're gonna go and jump a shark. So anyway, that became such a like, okay, the show has just completely gone off its rocker. They've gone too far. It's not even remotely coherent anymore. So fast forward to now, that term, when a TV show or somebody's doing something just crazy and you're like going beyond reason, the term jumping the shark means you've just gone so far out to lunch that you're not being reasonable, rational, et cetera, that you can apply the jumping the shark adage to it. Now, to get to the shark jumping. All right, so real quick, let me pull this up. All right, so I went on a brief diatribe about, setting up an investment fund, going around to churches, having members of congregations be the backers of an investment fund, the capital of which was capital being raised would go towards the funding of Christian researchers, people who believe in intelligent design, et cetera, and wanted to approach their research from a, we think there is purpose and teleology in the functions that we're investigating, and we operate from the perspective that if you are going into it with the stated objective, purposeful, public, and your mind is focused on discovering these things, there's a higher likelihood that you will be able to have great discoveries and accelerate beyond those who are somehow trying to figure out how this was done via accident and without purpose and direction from a superior intellect. Now, the second benefit to this would be, if you have kids that want to be scientists and are, justifiably concerned about, hey, if I'm coming out publicly as a Christian or an ID advocate, et cetera, I may not even get accepted to a PhD program, right? So it's like, and even if I do get accepted, if I come out until before I get tenure or whatever, how am I going to get funded? And will I end up, wasting my talents by not being able to, be an attractive candidate who can bring in investment capital or research capital to, be attractive to universities and such. So I'm going to quickly pull up and zoom in here. Everybody, let me know if you can read these when I zoom in. I want to make sure this is being able to be clear to everybody. Oops, that's a little bit too far. Clear for everybody to see what I'm going to read here. And then we're going to play through the stream from the other night, and I want you guys to let me know if I was not clear in all this. And here we go. Okay. So, answers in atheism. Transposon research is highly funded right now. Check out rice and other plant transposons. I said, what is your point? Nobody suggested there wasn't research being conducted or that it wasn't being funded. What is your point then? Why do you need to raise money for research if it's already being done? Okay, so I'm assuming from my quick summary of what I was saying the night, you should understand already why we raise the money, even if there's research already being done in the same content or the same topic. We're talking about focusing from a purpose and teleology perspective. Hey, this was designed by a superior intelligence. I need to operate from an engineering perspective to figure out what's going on, not from a, somehow this magically came to be through, undirected process. I don't know, folks. I mean, everybody knows that doesn't get funded in the secular environment. Like, you can't come and say that this is my objective and you get funded. Anyway. So I respond, okay, this proves beyond doubt you don't actually listen to big picture context. Seriously, this is getting ridiculous. Now, this is good here. So his response, I will readily admit I listened to only bits and pieces. Explain to me, LPP, what am I missing here? Or give me a timestamp so I can get the big picture. Okay, so somehow he knows about the whole getting funding. And by the way, folks, because I'm going to play this in a second, it's about 7 minutes. In 7 minutes, you would be able to understand the entire point. But he's claiming this is like some big thing that wasn't coherent. Okay. Or give me a timestamp so I can get the big picture. You need a whole 7 minutes, which he's already listened to. He's already said we're talking about raising capital. It's all in this one little chunk. So he responds, how would our research of transposable elements change under your guidance? Oh boy, I can't believe I have to repeat myself on that. Whoa, you either didn't actually listen to what I said or you're getting really dense. If you couldn't grasp the macro level point being made, I don't know. His response, can you make a point here in comments or are you somehow not capable? What would you change about how the research is being done? Simple question. My response, Mike, seriously, go back and listen again. If you're not grasping the point I was making, then you need to stop straining your brain cells. His response, have you ever just tried to have a normal, respectful conversation with a naturalist? I mean, we're talking about speed of pudding in the gang. The leader of the pudding brain gang is saying that I need to be the one to be respectful, have respectful conversations. He literally put the thumbnail of a video he did on me recently is like a yak or something, literally licking its butthole. I mean, I'm the one that needs to have respectful conversations. Okay. All right. So my response, good grief. Are you playing dumb? Because I mean, honestly, at this point, he can't be this stupid. Nothing you're talking about has any relevance to the point I was making. Honestly, are you trolling me right now? He responds, nope. I have no clue what you are suggesting. Why don't you break it down for me? Okay. So at that point, I decide I'm just going to have to break it down for him and make it way more straightforward for these Evo-Atheists, man. It's getting bad. Okay, so without further ado, let's just listen to what I said. And those in the audience, please let me know if in any way, shape, form, or fashion, it is not very easy to understand what I was talking about. I think that, personally, what I want to do is, actually, I think that's pretty strongly, of creating basically going on tour and creating an investment fund from churches, specifically for the funding of research projects, like what you just talked about, Stephen, as an example, right? Like, this stuff is extremely difficult to get funded in like a secular institution or from a secular source, because you can't come at it from that context, right? Like, I wonder if there's an alternative explanation than the conventional paradigm, right?
So, well, that wouldn't necessarily prove or disprove creation or evolution either. So they might do it if under the right circumstances.
Okay, so in the first, 45 seconds, I specifically state that in a secular institution, in a matter challenging the conventional paradigm, from the other angle that we're talking about right now, would be very difficult to get funded because it's formally rejected by mainstream academia. Everybody knows this, and the people who are claiming this doesn't make sense, and I didn't somehow make myself clear, talk about this on their streams all the time. And some, I mean, it's like they say it's a waste of time, that if you're focusing from an ID perspective, it's not remotely. I only have it on 1.5, Stephen. I'll slow it down a little bit. It's not even science. It's not even science. So why, if the mainstream says, well, if you want to come at it from an ID perspective, that's not even science, why in the heck would you expect to get funded? I mean, why would that make any sense? That makes absolutely no sense that you think they would get funded. But anyway, I digress. Let's continue. They might, right? But then if the conclusion that is supported by the evidence, right, is different than the conventional paradigm, getting it published is almost impossible. If you're actually, you can say what you found, but as long as you're in your conclusion, you don't like question the conventional standards.
Right. As long as you don't say something like this disproves evolution, then it'll never get published.
Yeah, you've got to kiss the ring of Darwin. If you don't kiss Darwin's ring,
if it has nothing to do with Darwin, it might slide by. If it refutes Darwin, forget it.
I mean, Dan just made an excellent point there. He says you have to kiss the ring of Darwin. Okay, so the foundational point, by the way, I get much more detailed in a minute, but the foundational point, starting off the initial premise, was that if you're challenging conventional paradigms, you won't go anywhere. And it's like, yeah, if I'm not willing to kiss the ring, I am, I'm not going to get it. It's not going to happen. So I don't know. Anyway, we'll continue. No, I agree completely. Which is why I say I think when you actually look at the amount of capital that is needed to do some of this research, right? From the average person's perspective, it's a lot of money, but from a macro view, it's pennies in the big picture, right? Like, oh, these guys are running around fighting for, if I can get $1 million or $3 million, that's a gigantic for most of that's a gigantic funding round, right? Well, if you went and got, let's just think this is basic math, right? You went and had 500 churches all on board, right? And you raised minuscule amounts of money from a good chunk of the congregation.
Sort of like a mission.
Well, it ends up being ways, but you basically run it from a crowdfunding logic perspective. And we do some startups all the time, right? This is well-established concepts. But you just apply that logic to the churches as the source, and then you do the cap raise, and then it's like, hey, we're going to be able to, for all of your kids who are trying to go into research right now, right? Because just think about how many parents whose kids have gone off to college and are getting brainwashed in one side, or if they are public about their religion, get fired, they can't get new grants. I mean, all that kind of stuff. They have to hide under the radar. And you say, like, hey, how about this? How about we? Okay, so audience, did anybody miss what I just said? Did what I say make total sense in relation to how this would be potentially beneficial to the backers of the campaign and the reason for raising the capital and the end potential solution for the people the capital will be raised for? I mean, this seems pretty basic. In fairness, in my previous existence, I was heavily involved in startup capital raising and all that stuff. So it may seem very straightforward to me. If it doesn't seem straightforward to you, please let me know. And maybe I'm just being too much of a jerk towards to Mike, and it's fair that he doesn't understand what I'm saying. But yeah, please let me know. Let's continue. Now, I'll pay close attention. I'm getting into a little more detail about the value proposition here. We collectively pony up the money, and it doesn't have to be exorbitant, sums. But we just pony up the money, and then we fund our own, people that are of our own mindset. We fund our own research, because like 20 years ago, the genetic research was astronomically expensive, right? Now it's a pittance compared to what it was. Access to the data. Well, there's all these cloud the data is in the cloud now, right? You don't have to have extraordinary amounts of computing power and all stuff, because the computing power is elsewhere anyway. And you can go in, like, all these universities are hemorrhaging cash, right? Well, guess what? You can go and just pay to use their mass spectrometry machines and everything else. Like, you can go and use their stuff. You just pay them for it, right? Well, you don't have to go spend $20 million to buy the machine. You just like, I want to run XYZ tests and stuff. You go pay them for it. They're running around hoping they'll get that kind of business in order to help fund their other stuff, right? I'm talking about from the university level. So you just apply. All I'm saying is you just apply business logic that would be the standard in business, right? You just apply that to research. I don't know why this hasn't been anyway. Look,
okay, but going by that model, how would it benefit the church to find out that viruses are actually produced by?
Okay, so I'm about to respond to Stephen here in just a second, but again, was I clear, ladies and gentlemen? Was I clear in what I just stated was the whole purpose behind this? And do you think that Speed of Pudding's comments about how he didn't understand the point that I was making are justified, or was he just not being able to critically think and analyze what I said? And by the way, folks, we are so far, what you just listened to has been 4 minutes and 54 seconds of this. So it's not like this is some very long, 45-minute ramble he has to listen to and piecemeal together in order to, comprehend the point that I was making. We're at 4 minutes and 54 seconds so far into this thing. So if it's not making sense to anybody, I want to know. I want to know. Don't be nice to me. Let me know if I'm not making any sense here. And let's continue.
By our own DNA.
Well, the likelihood of there being massive implications in healthcare research, there's one right up top, because that's already being discovered, right? So if you're going into the perspective, and the underlying piece of this too would be, you would be allowing research to be conducted under the auspice that we are created by God. There's a design, there's probably a purpose in it. Therefore, the likelihood of there being greater levels of success and discovery operating from that mental state increases the likelihood of massive discoveries. And then you can structure it from there's a variety of ways you can structure it. We could also do it from a
You'd have to be careful though, because as soon as you bring God into it to help those that want to research in a godly manner, the colleges will say, no, you can't rent the time on our equipment.
Well, maybe, but there's a big difference between what they will have operating under the umbrella of the university versus getting paid cold hard cash to do a test. That's not from something that's necessarily part of their university, right? That'd be like saying that I can't hire. I disagree politically with somebody that owns a machine shop. Therefore, I can't pay to rent. I can't go rent a some kind of machine from Home Depot, right? Because we disagree politically or something like that. That'd be the equivalent. And I'm not saying there wouldn't be some aspects where they might have a problem with it, but at the end of the day, money talks, bullshit walks, and that's just where it is. All right, so what was I going to say here? Oh, so To answer your question, Hurricane Havoc, I mean, that's a good question. It depends on how big you need to be, right? So let's say it's a team of 10 people and you pay them, after you get your initial funding of the equipment that you need, et cetera, then let's say you need, for easy math purposes around the numbers, right? Let's say each one of them 100K. So it's more than they're getting paid in universities right now, but let's say they're each getting 100K. So you got 10 people, that's $1 million a year. A little bit more. They probably like 1.25 probably when you factor in like benefits and taxes and stuff. So let's say 1.25. And then you factor in another 50K in rent and additional miscellaneous stuff, right? So let's say you need 1.5 to a year once you get the initial funding taken care of. That is an extraordinarily achievable cap raise amount that could be accomplished. That's just some easy math, right? So let's say you need to raise 1.5 million per year. And let's say you're going to say that the individual backing amount you need per month per family that's backing you is $20. And then let's divide that number by, say, 500 churches. So you would need a grand total. Make sure their math right. 150 times 20. Times 12. Let's do this math here real quick. 1.5 million. Oops. 40. So you need 6,250 people to back your deal, $20 a month. And let's say you went to 100 churches. So you need a major church. You need a grand total of 62 people per church. Let's say you went to 500 churches. That means you would need a grand total of 12.5 people to back $20 a month in order to fund the amount of capital you would need. So it's pretty straightforward cap raise logic that may be done. When you extrapolate out the sheer number of churches across America that have all, and the likelihood from a targeted demographic perspective that these are individuals who would be interested in trying to make something like this work, it's not that big a deal. I mean, think about the thousands of, just in the Southern Baptist Convention, for example, you got thousands, right? The Presbyterian Church, who knows how many Presbyterian churches are, Methodist churches, right? So you just go and, get the powers that be in the hierarchy of each one of these denominations on board with the logic and to support you going out to the different, you're going, a tour for all their churches, right? And then you just do a big cap raise. And the thing is, I'm doing it based on, $20, right? There's going to be rich people that are like, oh, well, I'll stroke a check for 25,000, and in that context, you don't need that many, right, to be able to pull this off. And now from a ongoing perspective, you have created a mechanism for helping provide the resources for, not even just Christian, but, people who believe that we were created, right? A place for them to go and actually apply their brain power without having to operate from this, oh, well, it must have just happened somehow. And, if I sit here and talk about how let's try and have a brainstorming session and think about like, okay, so if I were the designer, how would I have done this? What do I need to think about here? Like, how do I need to apply engineering principles, coding principles, all those kind of things to biological systems in order to figure out how it all works and then not have to run it through the evolution filter in terms of, the big picture thinking. So anyway, as Hurricane Havoc makes the point for me. Like he says, our church has 40,000 members. And that's my point, Hurricane, is you go to a couple of mega churches, the likelihood, when you go to a church that has, for easy math, 10,000 members, there's an extraordinarily high probability that 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 families out of that church are going to be like, oh, I'm in. Let me back that. Where's the money going to go? Oh, it's going to help, eventually help my kid be able to have research funding when he gets done with college. Okay, I'm in. Yeah, I'm in. I mean, it's like, this is, it's pretty straightforward on why this would work. But anyway, I am, you could probably get Gurr's mom, Mrs. Fallacy, to contribute. But anyway, so yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I hope all that made sense. And real quick, I just want to go back and make sure I'm going to reread Pudding Brain's comments. And now that you guys have heard what I said the night before, what she could listen to, I told him to listen to. He claimed he listened to, and then still didn't understand what I was saying. So let's reread it again. And folks, let me know if somehow I was not making sense. So, transposon research is highly funded right now. Check out rice and other plant transposons. What is your point? Nobody suggested there wasn't research being conducted or that it wasn't being funded. What was your point then? Why do you need to raise money for research if it's already being done? I mean, folks, how? Since you've now heard this, how does he not grasp the point? Seriously. Okay, my response. Okay, this proves beyond doubt you don't actually listen to big picture context. Seriously, this is getting ridiculous. I will readily admit I listened to only bits and pieces. Explain to me, LPP, what am I missing here? Or give me a timestamp so I can get the big picture. But he's asking the question about the cap raise. All he had to listen to, if he'd heard that portion of it, folks, you just heard the piece where I was talking about this. It's less than 6 minutes. How did he not grasp this? And his question, how would our research of transposable elements change under your guidance? Again, my response, whoa, you either didn't actually listen to what I said, or you're getting really dense. If you couldn't grasp the macro level point being made, I mean, folks, Harry says, responds back, can you make a point here in comments, or are you somehow not capable? What would you change about how the research is being done? Simple question. I mean, I just don't even know, folks. The shark is being jumped. The shark has been jumped. Mike, seriously, go back and listen again. If you're not grasping the point I was making, then you need to stop straining your brain cells. I mean, it's just, I don't know, folks. I'm feeling really bad for the Evos these days. We've reached a point where they don't actually think for themselves. It's something but regurgitation of talking points. And I don't even think they're even trying anymore. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to do a short open mic if people want to join. We have combo, and then I'm not going to do this super long. I'm going to go to bed, but if anyone wants to join, we can get some open mic discussion, see what else is on people's minds. I'd have to be on tonight's topic. Just have some fun. I know Germania is inside chat, so Germania, if you want to come on in, let me know your thoughts. I mean, I would prefer to have an atheist come in and at least let me know if I'm being completely unreasonable. And, if so, point out ways that I can, be more clear when I'm explaining concepts. Because, I do want to be honest. I do want to be fair. And I don't want to... Cheryl says 5 hours later, short open mic. Well, Cheryl, I have actually been making it a good point lately to try and keep my live streams, after shows and such, no more than 3 hours. And tonight I'm pretty tired, so I doubt I will go more than, I'm going to probably try and call it a night, no later than midnight. If people come on, but if nobody joins, then we'll wrap it up. Keep it or ramble for another 10 minutes or so. But if people want to join and have conversation, we can. On another note, I don't know if everybody saw the illustrious, fearless leader, Joe Biden, but he actually said, end of quote, repeat line, in a press conference. It was too good. Hey, Shelly. It was speed of pudding. He jumped the shark. He claimed to have listened to my stream and then re-listened and still wasn't able to grasp the point that I was making about why it would make sense to go get research grant money funding from churches and, members of congregations to put up capital specifically for ID and creation research to be conducted, and so remove some of the barrier to the equation for Christian researchers and ID, intelligent design research in general, to come out publicly with their positions rather than having to hide it under the fear of either not being published at all or if they're not tenured, and even in some cases if they are tenured, get fired or just get no grant money, get put in the little tiny office and not be able to do anything, and not be able to dedicate their skills and actually use their brain power to try and make new discoveries. And hey, let's, as I said in the stream last night, money talks, BS walks, man. So why don't we apply crowdfunding logic to raising capital for these kinds of people to be able to be like, I don't necessarily have to only get money from the NIH and the CDC and the NIAID and other secular sources. I can get it from other institutions, and people will put up the capital for us to. Cheryl's getting some good ones. Biden also said terminate presidency instead of terminate pregnancy. Oh man, we are. I don't even know what's happening in America. It's the end of the world, man. It is end of civilization as we know it. It's bad. It's so bad. What is that? So Germania is afraid to come into the stream. Another member's in the house, Mr. Greeny, says LPP shows have gotten much shorter now that he's got the little lady to motivate him. Mr. Greeny, that is extraordinarily true. And I actually was on a date with her earlier. We went to a swing dance, like a outdoor swing dance thing, and so that was fun. Full band, whole nine. It's at the Centennial Park here in Nashville. It was a good time, and got to do that. What's up, Dan? How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Good to see you, John. I wanted to make a comment about what you've been talking about. I read an article a while back. Says free science from dogma. Well, let me just pull it up so I can read it. Free science from dogma, or how the pseudogene hampered scientific progress. My voice is really bad tonight. You got to bear with me. Better than most time. Did I say that right? But anyway, the article was actually an article talking about one that was in Nature that titled Overcoming Challenges and Dogmas to Understand the Function of Pseudogenes. He made this comment. Everybody knows that evolutionists just make things up when nobody understands them. They say they're evidence of evolution. And one of the big daddies was junk DNA. I guess you remember when Dan Graur, or whatever his name is, Graur, said in a lecture in Houston right after the 2012 ENCODE results report came out. He said, if ENCODE is right, evolution is false. Well, I agree with him, but it was false a long time before that. But this guy wrote an article about that article, and he said, because of this dogma, like on junk, he said, for decades, virtually no research has been done on junk DNA and pseudogenes. And what it really said was, well, I don't want to read the whole thing, but it said it hampered progress because new people didn't want to work on junk. And even the people that did sort of got ostracized, like, why are you doing that? But there were a few that did it, and that made progress in finding functionality. So not only did they misname non-coding DNA as junk, but they tried to get everybody else to not even study it, because that was one of their big daddies. That was like proof of evolution. Now it's CRVs or something. They're always jumping around. But anyway, I thought here it is. It's in American Journal of Biomedical Science and Research in 2020, March 2020. It's by Border, B-O-R-D-E-R, and Schmidtgall, S-C-H-M-I-D-T-G-A-L-L. It's called Free Science from Dogma, or How the Pseudogene Hampered Scientific Progress. It's a very good article. Thought you might be interested.
No, that's very interesting. And what I've found fascinating is that there, over the last decade, especially, there's been different little hints. People have kind of dropped in papers I've read. People kind of dropped those little hints, right? And now it's becoming much more blatant of them just being like, okay, old guard, basically, you're now old. Let's be honest, you're not the active researchers now, and you've been blocking us for decades. So, but now there's enough proof that evidence is in that there is function. So let's get back to it and actually start, putting the money towards it. Because at this point, there is no with the amount of discoveries in, most genetic diseases these days the discoveries are coming from, there's an error in a non-coding region. Well, okay. So what does that tell you? If most of the diseases you guys are, identifying are caused by damage to non-coding regions, that means that they do something that keeps you from having X problem, right? I mean, like, that'd be like say, oh, well, I don't think that the frame of the car is as important as the engine. Therefore, the frame has no bearing on the overall functionality of the vehicle. And it's like, okay, cool. So, but what happens if you bend the frame, bro? So it's not performing this like cool function that you see over here. But if you bend the frame, now it like doesn't drive properly, and you can have some serious issues, right? Or, oh, well, I don't think that the axle really does much. Like there's no moving parts in the axle. And you're like, yeah, bro, but if it breaks, then the whole thing is toast. So it doesn't go anywhere. What's your point? I feel like they're just, glossing over all this stuff.
Dan Greyer is still trying to prove that there's not very much functional non-coding DNA. I'm serious. What year is it? I'm old, so I don't pay attention. 2022. So it's been a decade. He won't give up because he knows that this is the death knell. But what you were saying earlier about, the old guard, well, according to Max Planck, the old guard has to die before things are going to change.
Yep. Well, I think that Dawkins and some of the other ones are, they're on the edge of the doorway into that good night. I mean, it's obviously I'm not hoping that they actually pass away. I mean, it's not my point, but their influence is starting to fade significantly. I actually read a paper a couple years ago, and it was pretty funny. The first like 2 pages were all basically, paying homage to Dawkins and the selfish gene and stuff. And then after they, kissed tail for 2 pages, then it was like, well, but we may need, the research now is kind of indicating that the whole concept of the selfish gene is not actually valid. So, Dawkins, I'm paraphrasing here, but, Dawkins' research and, his discoveries and whatnot, blah, 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 were very, very important, yada, 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 but they're wrong. And then here's why. It was cracking me up reading that one. That's one of several I've read to that end, and it's so amazing to me how many papers you read. And it's like, no, all of everything we found in this study is kind of contradictory to evolutionary theory, and then in their conclusion, it's like, but this proves evolution was very dynamic, and all these blah blah blah, all those things happened via evolution in an unforeseen way that we will have to develop a explanation for of how this evolved. It's like,
I made a list of all the powers that have been assigned to natural selection. In fact, I posted them a couple of times on YouTube just to shut up some, babblers. But they gave them like every kind of power you can think of that a person would have, or actually a supernatural person would have from time to time. And it's, I think Dawkins himself even said something about magical. It's really funny if you read.
I mean, Dawkins' whole, like, I think I am a weasel, which proves evolution. It's like, dude, it had a search function.
It was with intelligent design.
Yeah, it has a search function that was pre-programmed to identify the appropriate letters and sequence.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Sequence. I mean, like, so how is this random? If you programmed it, you had to have foreknowledge of what the end sequence was going to look like, and then you had a search function that had the capacity to identify if you were making progress. I mean, like, the fact that atheists still try to use that junk as, support for evolutionary theory and evolutionary algorithms, all this kind of stuff, I'm like, it has a checksum, bro. Like, we're putting checksums into programs and like identification of, is this the appropriate thing that we're looking for? If yes, hold. If no, continue. Like, that in and of itself just completely obliterates the idea of undirected process. I mean, and natural selection not being cognitive or requiring cognition in order to be successfully executed. I mean, it gets me every time, man. It's not again. And for the atheists and for Speed of Pudding in the gang, who will probably review this on a weather report, I am not applying conscious thought to natural selection. Okay. So don't think that's what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that natural selection is not the cause of, and is only selecting that which already exists. And if you don't, anyway, I'm not gonna go off and diatribe about that. It drives me at the wall how they like misrepresent all that kind of stuff. But
I found my list. The first one is natural selection predicts. I'm serious. And it's in a biology textbook, Biology, Life on Earth, Prentice Hall, 5th edition, 1999. The second one is natural selection modifies. And that's the same textbook. That's what they're teaching our kids. The next one is natural selection produces. And that's by Ayala et al., Science and Creationism, a view from the National Academy of Sciences. So, it's a minor organization, but they still have a little pull. Natural selection conditions, and these are all referenced with quotes and page numbers. Natural selection conditions, causes, controls, operates, fashions, shows favor, picks and chooses, scrutinizes, preserves, and rejects, exterminates, has power. Where am I at? Equips, accumulates, generates, eases, and accumulates, is an engineering problem solver, is not random, is a magician. That's Dawkins in Blind Watchmaker. And then the best one of all is natural selection is the greatest show on earth. Richard Dawkins in The Greatest Show on Earth. Oh, man, these people are nuts.
Okay, so I've read at least, I've read at least 4 of Dawkins' books. And I tell you what, man, those things are painful to get through. I mean, he just drones on and on and on and on. It's just like, I mean, a couple of them are okay.
You left out a couple of ons, I think. I mean, sure. I know it's just unbelievable. I have some of his books, and they're very hard to read because, like you say, they'll put you to sleep.
Oh, but man, I got them. After I tried to read one, I started getting them on audiobook so I could like turn up the speed because it was all I could get through them. And I'm like, it's really bad when you're listening to a book at like 2x speed and it still seems slow and like just droning on and on and on. Like, oh my goodness. And here's the thing. I am convinced that a significant percentage of, rephrase. I was going into reading his books with the express purpose of A, having read them, B, being able to understand what he was saying, and C, to be able to when the Evos on YouTube would talk about like, well, you only read like creationist stuff to be able to like, completely obliterate them. That was my stated objective. But I am convinced that the vast majority of Evo-Atheists on YouTube, even who claim to have read Dawkins, there is no way they've actually made it all the way through Dawkins.
No, I don't think so either.
They don't. The vast majority of them don't even understand the basics of protein synthesis. They sure as heck didn't get through all the stuff that Dawkins talked about in his books. There's no way. Not a chance.
I just read from a chat. Curiosity Gold said audiobook 3 of them, and it's hilarious. It's like he forced his ex-wife to read half of it, and that's true. I've got some of his audiobooks just like you, and he'll read a section and she'll read a section. It's just unbelievable.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Answers in Atheism, Speed of Sound of Gravity, also known as Speed of Pudding, is in the house. So, folks inside chat, please let Speed know if you guys were at all confused as to the point that I was making in the stream. Because, I mean, Dan, did you have any questions about, you were there with us, obviously. So in the conversation, did you have any confusion as to the point that I was making?
Oh, I'm totally confused. Don't ask me. No, just kidding. No, I don't have any confusion at all. I just, it's really hard for people to get research unless you're working on evolution and the Big Bang or something. And abiogenesis. There's all kind of people that haven't got a clue what they're doing, but they're getting funded. I don't know if that's still being funded as much now, though. But no, you're not going to get anything. It's like James Tour when he signed that letter for Descent from Darwin. And he said it just came across his desk, it's like 40 or through his emails, like he had 70 emails or something. He went through it. He said, oh, sure, okay. And he signed it. And, he could not get any funding from any government, nothing, because the evolution controlled the purse strings of all the government funding. So, but he doesn't have any problem getting funding. He's a genius. And he got like a gazillion patents. But that's how vicious these people are. You've got to kiss the ring of Darwin if you want to keep funding.
Evening, fellas.
What's up, Wesley? How you doing?
Hey, Wesley.
30-second news report. I asked Jesus to put a rock in your mouth today. A little petrified tooth. And he gave everyone on earth in their mouth a pebble, a rock.
Okay.
I don't get it.
So, Wesley,
you wanted to make him angry by not telling the vision? You did. Congratulations.
All right. So, Wesley, did you get do you have a backlight going on? Because you are glowing, brother.
No, it's 12:23 in the morning here. I've got a sort of a stage. I hung until I can afford a chandelier. I hung a light bulb, like in the days when I was working in theater and on the stage, there'd always be one light bulb on a little stand in the middle of the room. So I just do that for fun, for memories.
Gotcha. That makes sense. I gotcha.
Yeah. So I hate to just blurt out a news bite and run. I just finished watching that Abby Hoffman, the Seven movie, the Chicago 7. It was a really great film. I don't know if you've ever seen it or not.
Hey, Cheryl says, ask Wesley if his piano came.
Yes, it did, as a matter of fact. Here, I'll show you right over here. I just, let's see. I don't know if you can see it there or not.
Well, look at that.
Yeah, it's a nice little piano.
Well, that's awesome. I'm happy for you.
Got Diane?
Yeah, thanks. It's first one I've ever bought for myself. It was a nice little price tag, and it was fun saving up for it and getting it and everything like that. So I hope you guys are well. I hope you save your pebbles I'd like to see 12 billion pebbles piled up in a heap with people eating free fish and bread and healing everybody for free by telling the vision. But that's not going to happen. So now
Well,
you all said you're Charlie Brown for Halloween, and you can do the famous quote, "All I got was a rock."
Well, I'm glad you're able to come share with us, Wesley. It's always good to see you.
Right, and there's no current scientific tests that can show how that was done. So, all right. Bye-bye.
Okay, see you later, Wesley. Have a good night. Okay, so Answers in Atheism is saying, if you ever heard early stream, John, send me a link. Well, Mike, it's Saturday night, buddy. It's Saturday night. It's 11:25. Hop on in, man. It's not it's not that late, man. I just want you to come on in and explain to me how what I said didn't make any sense to you. I mean, I really don't get it. It's pretty straightforward. Slavic's throwing super stickers. Doki Doki doing super stickers. Appreciate you guys very much. Who else? Saw somebody else join inside chat. Who's over there? Kinetic is here. What's up, Kinetic? How you doing? Rebecca did an interesting stream with Sal the other night. They're having an interesting conversation about the real Rebecca Davis. Alioshow's here as well. What's up? How you doing? All right, anyone wants to join? The link is pinned. I'm about to post it again. Who wants to join? Doki Doki says John's 3 a.m. is Speed's 8 a.m. I don't know, man. Actually, Doki, I've been being much more cognizant of not being ridiculous with my time lately. Oh, so first time here, SOCOM9710. What's up? Welcome. How you doing? If you want to join the stream and talk for a minute, link is pinned. Like you do it from your phone or computer. Don't have to have a camera or anything. And it looks like Rebecca's joining us. What's up, Rebecca? How you doing?
Hey guys.
How you been?
Good. How are you?
I had to step away for a second, John. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't miss anything. Hi, Rebecca.
No, you're fine. No, you're fine. Well, I'm doing better than I deserve, Rebecca. It's the end of civilization. There's craziness in the world. YouTube Evo-Atheists are jumping sharks. I mean, it's a good life, man. I tell you what, you just can't complain. You got to look at the positives. And I mean, I don't know what to say. We're blessed to be alive. I try to view that every day that I'm alive as a blessing. And if I allow myself to get all worked about stupid stuff, until Doc Brown strikes his head and invents a flux capacitor in 88 miles an hour, will let me go back in time to change things. Not too much of a reason for me to, moan too much about those things I can't change. So, try to be optimistic. I describe myself as a pragmatic optimist.
Cool. Well, I heard you mentioned that you went on a date with your girlfriend tonight. How's it going?
Oh, it's going good. It's going good. They went to a little dancing. She's singing at church tomorrow, so didn't want to stay out too late and make sure her voice was in, full function tomorrow. So we called it an early night.
John, do you know the secret to a good, successful marriage?
I don't know. Tell me.
There's a old man, really nice old man, cook on YouTube, probably in his 80s. His wife's dead now, but he talks about it a lot. And he said, when we disagreed, she won the argument. When we agreed, I won the argument. And it works every time.
That makes sense.
It works. I saw a cartoon, like a little cartoon in a newspaper or something, and the guy was sitting at a bar and he said, my wife and I have the perfect understanding I don't try to tell her how to run her life, and I don't try to tell her how to run mine. That goes over a lot of people's head. In other words, she's the boss. It worked for me. Just kidding.
Now, I get what you're saying there. I think there is two sides to that. So I would argue that if, as a man, you don't earn respect and actually showcase that you can make good decisions and so on and so forth, then the woman is going to be, well, A, she's not going to trust you and to make good decisions, and B, is going to try and take the leadership role and not want to do things from a more collaborative perspective. And
right, it has to be a two-way street, a mutual respect. Absolutely.
Right. And if you, I think from the male side of it, if you don't go out and earn it, then why would you expect her to respect you? And what would you say to that, Rebecca? You say, you think I'm onto something there, or am I out to lunch?
Well, I'm trying to understand the main point that you're like. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, because there's like, complementarian views on like roles of women and men, and so where are you coming from on your perspective? Are you egalitarian, complementarian?
I have no idea what I am. We just get along.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure how those words necessarily directly apply from a relationship perspective. Can you expound briefly on the two, so make sure I'm understanding them correctly?
Well, the complementarians will say that there's the basically the woman is supposed to submit to the husband. The woman must respect the husband. The husband must love the wife. But there doesn't have to be this but basically there's kind of a hierarchical relationship, although they probably would kind of shy away from using that word. But they do believe that. They believe the man has the authority in the relationship. And then the egalitarian view is basically that God, basically men and women are equal in, respect, roles. There's no one person in authority in the relationship and between a husband and wife. And that kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay, so I would lean towards the former, but the point I was making was, if as the man you are not justifying, I'm talking from her perspective, right? If you don't, if the man's actions do not justify any kind of like final decision making, or her being able to trust you to make a smart decision, as well as to actually care about her in terms of what is important to her, and makes her feel loved and valued and all this kind of stuff, then there's going to be a almost guaranteed rejection by the woman of accepting any kind of leadership role from the man, because he hasn't earned it. And I think a lot of men go into relationships thinking that they should just get it by default because, well, I'm the man, right? Versus, are you a man who has showcased that respect from her is justified? That's the point I'm making. So I don't think that it should just happen by default. I guess make a clarification point there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I see. Okay, so I guess the question I'm kind of getting at is like why does there need to be a leadership role? But I mean, I totally agree with you that yes, you should, like, if you want your, wife or girlfriend to trust you, then, you've got to show that she has a good reason to trust you, right? But I don't know.
Well,
do you
okay,
think of things as like that you, like, if you were married, would you feel that you were the leader of the family?
I mean, ultimately, yes. However, I think something that gets glossed over a lot of times in these kind of conversations is that just because you're a leader doesn't mean that you don't need support, advice, and it doesn't mean that every decision that gets made is not going to be joint consensus, right? Everything doesn't have to turn into dictatorial type, totalitarian, decision making. And I think that's one of the things that when people talk about the roles aspect, they think, oh, well, if you're going to go with that logic, then that means the man's like this dictator role, and from a decision making perspective. And I reason I say this, like, from when I ran my company, I had 30 employees. So I wasn't running a big company, but I had 30 employees, right? And we used to do all sorts of collaborative decision making, and asked the leaders of different departments, asked different people like what they thought, try to get their opinions, and then ultimately myself and my business partner, we would sit down and look at all the things that were being put forth. We asked people for proposals, all that kind of stuff. Then ultimately, based on the big picture of our objectives, we would make a decision, right? And sometimes he and I didn't agree, and we would argue it back and forth. And eventually, sometimes it'd be like, all right, well, I'll concede, you do this one, and but you got to handle it, kind of thing, right? If the starts to backfire, you're the one that's got to put in the extra effort to fix it, kind of thing, right? And I think that same kind of logic applies in a relationship. If you're not going to actually value the other person's opinion, then you're not showing respect. And this goes back to my earlier point of, if you're not showing respect, then why should you expect them to respect you, and not just to turn into conflict?
Speaking of bosses, John, I was always under the impression, in fact, I was even taught this, that if you have to tell somebody you're the boss, you're not a very good boss. And that's what you were just talking about, how everybody knew you were the boss, but you didn't have to tell them anything. They just knew because you were a good boss. Now, in the military in particular, you run into the good ones, you run into the bad ones. When you have the good ones, everything runs like a clock. I mean, just clockwork, just no problems. Then when we have like a change of command and the new guy shows up and he's like, I'm the boss and you do what I say type, pretty soon it's going to be a nightmare to work. I've seen it over and over again. And it's true in the industry too. I worked for a lot of industries and I met a lot of good bosses who I was, a consultant for. And then I met a lot of really bad ones. And a lot of times I just had to tell them, you can't keep doing it this way. Or if you want to get rid of that excess inventory, you get whatever, get your production running smoother. You just have to tell them. And sometimes it was hard. It's hard to tell them that, but because they've always done it that way. And most time the employees are scared of them, scared to say anything. So they won't bring up any changes or things that need to be done because they might offend the boss. When you got a good boss, he's looking for people to say, hey, what's wrong? Tell me what's going on. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
No, I agree with you completely. Makes a heck of a lot of sense. Slavic, did you get your headset working?
Is it working?
Yep, you're coming through. Welcome to the stream. How you been?
Doing all right. So I don't know. I don't have too much information about marriage. I've only been married for 7 years, somewhere around there. But I was wondering what your idea on the I was thinking we got to get some people talking about or trying to reach out to people that have this worldview of, I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual, let's say that way. I think there's a lot more people like that, even though a lot of atheists, they like to argue without actually thinking about the stuff they argue about,
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. And I think, Rebecca, you've been interacting with a lot of people on the spiritual side, right? Or like not necessarily full scale atheists, and they're not necessarily, strict materialists and such, but are a little bit more open-minded to, but just kind of reject religion. You've talked to quite a few of those people, haven't you, Rebecca?
Yeah. How do you think we need to be like reaching out to them? What do you think we can do about that, Slavic?
To be honest, for me, it's really hard to say. I mean, I have an idea, but the problem is that because I like to think logically, a lot of stuff, like even talking to my wife, I have to like try to figure out how to explain myself, because most I'm like, just flat out say what I, and she's like, what are you talking about? That doesn't make sense. But like even I was listening to Inspiring Philosophies YouTube. I was looking into his YouTube channel. He has a digital universe, or what's it called, the brain, mind problem. He goes into that. I'm not sure if those kind of ideas would move them in any way. I know I heard some other people talk about like near-death experiences, and I think, what's his name? I always forget his name. He's a professor. But I'm not sure. To be honest, that's kind of a question that's somebody that has an idea how to do this.
Well,
So
I've been talking to a lot of people who are not believers, and they're still not believers. So I don't think I can offer anything here. What do you think, LPP?
Well, I think that we also all need to operate from the perspective that we each have different roles, right, in the excuse me, in the pathway of somebody ultimately finding the correct answers, and we kind of view ourselves as stones in the path, right? So it's going to be more of a cumulative impact, and at some point, for somebody who's having that conversation with them, they will, we hear the stories, right? Like, oh man, I just broke down and I realized I needed God, I need to be saved, right? And all that kind of stuff, right? And then that whoever that individual was who's with them, quote unquote, led them to Christ, right? But it was actually a collaborative effort. So, do we need to look at directly targeting those individuals with things like, the mind-body problem, right? Like in making those arguments. And then the the thing that I like, right, on the how do we exist problem, origin of life problem, like, and then get other people getting into, things on the more spiritual aspect and doctrine and all those different things, really preaching the gospel to them in that powerful way, and kind of look at it from the aspect of, I don't necessarily expect to be the one individual that can accomplish this, but I am going to try and start to pave the way.
Or even like life. Yeah, or even like morality, how it's really hard to ground it in just biology. I think that's pretty a pretty decent way of attacking those.
One thing I read that was very profound is we have to be patient. We may,
or even
we'll be like a cog in the wheel. Like, well, I think the verse is one person sows a seed, the second person waters, but God gives the increase. So you may sow a seed or water a plant, and 2 years down the line, that person may say, wow, I really need to meet Christ. I know that actually happened to me in a way. I didn't know I was being sowed and watered, but I was, but very, very briefly. So we just have to be patient. Not, when we think they're failures, or when we think we've failed in our ministry or whatever, we don't know what's going to happen. All we can do is just keep plowing ahead.
Oh man! In quick sidebar news, another natural gas plant has blown up. What? This is getting ridiculous. One in Oklahoma just blew up.
Maybe we can buy some oil from China now that they've got our strategic petroleum reserves.
Yeah, we can buy it back from them at a premium. It's like
It's crazy.
ship it over there, ship it back. I mean, oh, cool. Oh, you have oil to trade. Oh, awesome. We're so doomed.
Well,
Okay.
plus, we can buy it from China because now Russia has one going to China, like a pipe. So we can't buy it from Russia. We'll buy it from China.
I mean, it's the end of the world, man. We're so screwed. Steven, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. And the one and only Bill Morgan, long time no talk. How you doing?
Which one is going first here? Me?
Yeah, you go first.
All right. Well, my baby T-Rexes or my mini T-Rexes are a little mad at me today because I actually fell asleep early last night and didn't give them their allotment of snails this morning. So I've had to listen to them squawk all day. Yeah, I was listening to all the advice going on about relationships and whatnot. And the one thing that I'm usually pretty much upfront about in any relationships I'm in is that according to the Bible, the man is in charge, which means that he makes the final decision. Although 95% of the time, his decision is whatever you like, dear.
Yeah. My husband's motto is WYWS, which means whatever you want, sweetie.
I've got an anecdote that you might be interested in. You know, my marriage is really perfect, I think. You know, close enough to perfect anyway. But for example, when I get really depressed and down, which I do occasionally, my wife comes up and puts her hand on my shoulder and says, "Don't be so hard on yourself, honey. That's my job." I mean, those are kind of things that make a good marriage. Just kidding. You didn't get that, did you?
Yeah.
Oh no, I got that one. I got that. See, here's the thing though. I do think that there is a good chunk of problems that have happened on the macro view over the past, 60 years or so, where it's this whole like, oh, we should just concede to everything. And this goes back to my earlier point of, if you're expected to concede all the time, then if you try to put your foot down or say, hey, I don't think that's a good idea, then it automatically sparks conflict. And it's like, oh, cool, we avoided conflict, but did we necessarily achieve as good an objective as we could have? That's my point. Anyway, Bill, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you been? Good to see you.
Well, I listen to you all the time. I very rarely join in, John. You're doing a great job. But,
thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, no, I mean that sincerely. Someone brought up, it seems to be evangelism in a way of how to share it. So I'd like to share my simplicity. When I evangelized for about 29 years, trying just to use science, very, very unsuccessful in making any headway, it seemed. But science is gigantic, of course. But I go witnessing all the time out here in California. You guys can join me. I'm going to go again tomorrow. I simply ask people, this is so powerful, I love to share it. No matter if they're a PhD or a sixth grader, I say, could I ask you a question? Remember that breaks the ice. They always say, sure. Then I ask them, what do you think will happen to you after you die? And if you really need to get to the details of science, their mind is almost made up. But if they say I'm an atheist, I simply say, I respect that. Could I give you 2 facts that proves God exists? And they always say, sure. And I say, your eyes. Your eyes are either the product of nature mixing chemicals around randomly, and nature has an IQ of 0, or your eyes are the product of a designer God with an IQ of infinity. And unless they're emotionally attached to their atheism, with an open-minded person, that's about as deep as you really need to get scientifically. And then you teach them you need to be, well, let me quiz you guys just for fun. May I, John?
Yeah, go for it.
And this is for fun teaching. I'll ask the room, why will you go to heaven?
Should I be serious or should I tell you guys a joke?
You can take it any way you want, but it was a serious question.
Well,
If someone asked you why will you go to heaven, what would you say?
because of my Savior Jesus Christ.
Okay, that's a great answer. Anyone else? Let's get an answer from the whole room.
I'm always hesitant to exalt myself to heaven. So if it's God's will, that's what'll happen.
Okay. Well, why would anyone go to heaven?
It's
I'm
God's
going to
will.
heaven because Jesus promised me I would.
Great answers. I think there's 2 more people who haven't answered yet.
Trusting in Jesus to get me there.
All right. And John, as the host, please.
Because I recognize my need for a savior, asked for the redemption of my sins, and now I am trusting in Christ to give me eternal life.
Great. And I always like to be humble. People find it somewhat humorous. I was coming back from golf. I'd been a Christian for a while, and my dad was a Sunday only type kind of Christian. And he, out of the blue, he says, "Son, who goes to heaven?" And my answer was, I had no idea how to articulate it. But I've reduced it to one word, and I share this because I care about you guys and sharing your faith. We go to heaven because we're forgiven. Period. The whole world knows what forgiven means, and the whole world knows they're guilty of sinning, even the atheist. And we're forgiven if Jesus is Lord. That means we live like he's our boss. We're far from perfect. We're not earning our salvation. But if he's not our Lord, we're not forgiven. So there's the ABCs.
That's a good point. I like that.
And Bill, how do people respond when usually when can you tell us how the conversation usually goes when you ask them?
Oh, it's so much fun. There's usually only a few responses you get, but if you want to just role play, Rebecca, so you can role play a smart high school kid that doesn't know the Lord. And if I were to ask you, what do you think will happen to you after you die? What's a typical answer you might give?
I don't know.
Okay.
Probably like your screen turns off.
I don't know either because I haven't died yet. What is your best guess what will happen to you after you die?
Well, I hope that, I hope that I'll go to heaven.
And I sure that's why I come out to the Huntington Beach Pier. According to the Bible, who goes, and actually this happened yesterday at the car wash, a guy prayed with me. According to the Bible, who goes to heaven? What do you think the Bible teaches? And I would ask you that.
Well, I'm actually curious about how people respond, but I'm guessing a lot of the person you're asking me to role play might say, well, good people go to heaven.
And what I like to say, I would say, I don't doubt you're very good, but I know a secret about you in private. You're far from perfect. And all 6 of us in this room, in public, we're perfect. But we know we're not perfect in private. And it's a relief to know that God knows this and we need grace. So I tell the person, nobody's perfect. We need to be forgiven. You're forgiven if Jesus is Lord. And I explain you need to live like he's your boss. Do your best to say no to sin. And I ask them if they'd like to pray to be forgiven, live like Jesus is Lord, read their Bible every day, seek him. And lots of people are very interested in that prayer. Now, the response is interesting. I'll quiz you guys again if you don't mind. And John, I don't want to dominate your room.
Oh, you're good, man. Go for it.
Who is more likely to engage in a conversation about Christ, the Bible, and eternal life? A young person or an older person?
Both.
That's a good question.
No,
I would say probably
I'm
an older
guessing
person.
a younger person.
I would think an older person feels morality more.
Well, actually,
mortality, I mean.
When I'm out with old people, they don't talk about the Bible too much. But when we're in Sunday school together, men's Bible class, it's all we talk about. So I think it's conditional. But young people, I can talk all day with them. Well, ones that want to talk about it, but I think old people are, most of them are Sunday Bible, Sunday Bible talkers. In fact, I went to a get together at a house of a bunch of people from my church one time, and somehow I brought up a Bible verse. I can't remember what it was about now, it's been so long, but I got sort of rebuked for that. Hey, we don't talk about politics and religion. That was the exact words that were told me. I said, well, that's all I talk about.
I think a major reason the Western civilization is in the scenario it's in right now is because of that whole, let's not talk about religion and politics. It's like, so the two most important things to freaking civilization, let's not talk about those things. I wonder who came up with that talking point. Oh, wait, it was politicians trying to be able to have people not call them out for their shenanigans and so they can get away with it. I'm pretty sure that whole concept was shoved down our throats by people trying to grab power. That's my sidebar. Continue, Bill.
Okay. Great points. If I went, and this is to encourage you, I love to encourage people. If the only people I tried to reach at the Huntington Beach Pier in California were over the age of 40, I wouldn't go anymore. My theory is people over 40 will engage almost only if they're already a Christian. It's almost 0%. But the teenagers overwhelmingly love to talk about hope, life, faith, peace, joy, eternal life. So, to encourage you guys, if you only share with people over 40, do not feel like a failure. My theory is these people's minds are already made up. If you want to have effective evangelism, lovingly talk to younger people. You don't ignore the older ones, but I just don't want you to be discouraged. Any comments on that?
Cool. Good advice.
Well, it works for me. Always has. Bill, what do you think led to this massive falling away in the last century or so?
Too much pleasure.
World War II wasn't a lot of pleasure, and the Great Depression wasn't a lot of pleasure. The Vietnam War era wasn't a lot of pleasure. But yet, all the way through, there had to be something more than just a lot of pleasure.
It's the sexual revolution, I think, mostly.
Well, people's God, I think, is their pleasure. And everyone in this room, too, I would say, is also guilty of, oh, my goodness, another commercial? Oh, this radio show. My food. When's my food late? Why is the airplane late? We're so used to instant gratification. We're not humble in seeking God and the true joy and peace that comes with him.
I think those are consequences, Bill. I think it started with the so-called enlightenment, which was really a darkening of the spirit. The evolution, which taught us that, which was really a very anti-God book, 100% anti-God, that teaches we don't need God. Your monkeys were your ancestors. Further back with frogs were your ancestors. But another thing too, I think it was I might offend a lot of people saying this, but I think it was the doctrine, the modern doctrine of the rapture. Because I've heard this many times in church where people say, I'm not worried about it because I'm going to be raptured. So, well, you should worry about it. You might not be raptured. You might die before you're raptured. You're just going to leave us a mess. I've offended a few people with that. Well, so I think the two most significant doctrines or books of causing our decline were Darwin's On the Origin of Species and the Schofield Reference Bible.
Amen.
And I have a half a dozen copies of that, so I've read it. I know what it says.
I'll tell you my idea. I think my viewpoint is that there's another thing that I think caused a lot of problems, and this might offend a lot of people too, just because I understand the draw of it, and I think it is important in a sense, but when people take it to extremes, the idea of individualism, I think that caused a lot of problems. Just because, people used to see themselves as part of a community, as part of a, like, let's say, like their family, and now it's kind of reverting again. People are now trying to again, except it's not a community they're building. They're building a, like, I'm part of this group, like, LGBT and a bunch of other random stuff. And I think the family structure is completely falling apart because of that idea. It was first, you can't tell me what to think or what to say because I'm an individual, and then they stop holding or pretty much seeing any authority as valid.
Stephen, I don't blame. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't blame it on any particular person or idea. It's a spiritual wickedness, and the Bible says it's spiritual wickedness in high places. And so we have to look at higher and, okay, what are the doctrines that really change things? Well, back in the 12th or 13th century, there was an edict made by the Pope or Cardinal or someone who outlawed what's called the Necessarian doctrines. And what those were was man had decided all of God's attributes. In other words, God can do this, he can't do that. God can do this, he can't do that. In other words, they had made up what God's mind was. Well, in doing so, they really sort of minimized God in a way. So anyway, this Pope got rid of him. A little bit later, they got rid of Aristotle's doctrine, which is sort of an Enlightenment doctrine where everything's based on man's reasoning instead of empirical evidence or whatever. And that brought forth the scientific revolution. Then Darwin came along and said, no, we can imagine this stuff and it'll be true. That's really what he didn't come right out and say it, but that's a sum of his book. He'd imagined things. He had over extrapolated observable data like life forms as we see them into the unobservable common descent, common ancestry. But then Schofield came along and gave everybody the notion that now Schofield, this was long before Schofield, this I think Darby or someone, or even before that. But when Schofield popularized it by taking the King James Version and putting his comments all the way through it, well, people got to where whatever the Bible said, it didn't matter as long as it's what Schofield said about it. So everybody was reading Schofield's doctrine, and part of that doctrine was the rapture. And so the people further, as they went along, they got to where, well, they took Jesus's doctrine that he was teaching his disciples, take no thought for tomorrow. They took that for themselves. So they didn't care what was going to happen because they were going to be raptured. And so here you had two things working against the spirituality that we've had for centuries. Built the greatest civilization on earth, by far ever. We had hospitals, we had foster homes, we had missionaries, we had all these things to try to make life. Of course, there was a lot of bad in there. A lot of power-hungry people work their way to the top of any organization, even Christianity. But then we got these things, these two powerful forces working on our minds of society as a whole, not just individual, but society. And suddenly people quit caring about politics and quit caring about anything because they were going to be raptured. And then, of course, when they took prayer out of school and made up that fake separation of church and state nonsense, and left out a whole clause that said free exercise of religion. They never mentioned that. Well, everything got turned upside down, which is, I think, pretty much what the scripture predicts, that turning of everything upside down.
I'd like to loop back. Oh, sorry if I cut you off.
No, you didn't.
I think very few, even Christians, could defend or refute the rapture because nobody reads their Bible anymore, mostly. Amen to that. But going back to the pleasure, everybody is so used to instant pleasure. When I was 14, well, I blew it. When do they really teach evolution to the kids? When they're 14, when the active hormones are hitting. My teacher, my English teacher, well, my science teacher said we came from apes. The universe began as a big bang. My English class taught us about the Crusades and killing the witches. Social studies talked about how horrible Christians have been. I'm like, man, well, I'm tempted to sin here at the age of 14. I'm throwing that Christianity out. And I justified it by evolution. Evolution was my little security blanket, like Linus had in Charlie Brown and Peanuts. Evolution was my security blanket to sin without guilt. Because I even though I knew it was wrong, I was telling myself, well, science has falsified God. But for me, science proved there is a God. But the evolution teaching in the public schools are just destroying Christianity. Any comments on that?
No doubt. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is really amazing how things work. Back around 2000, there was an article in Cognitive Psychology or something, one of those magazines, where they did a survey of children. And they found out that practically every child they interviewed, maybe all of them, was a creationist. Now, think about that. But then when they went into elementary school, those who were brought up in creationist homes remained a creationist. The others were part creationist, but they believed in spontaneous generation or something. Well, it's when they got to middle school that they went the way of their peers. If they're brought up in Christian environments, then they pretty much went the Christian way. If they're brought up in secular environments, they went that way. Well, I have a feeling that the establishment read that paper because it wasn't too long after that they said, we got to teach these kids evolution sooner. And so they are.
Yep. Every dinosaur book, millions of years ago, first sentence of the first page, right off the bat.
Yep. I know I was indoctrinated by 5th grade because I remember somebody asking me which came first, the chicken or the egg. And I was baffled by that question. Now, that's actually quite an easy question to answer if you believe God created, right? I mean, he created the chicken with the egg, capability of producing the egg, so it's no problem. The only reason that question baffled me was because I had already been indoctrinated to evolution.
That question is my icebreaker. I've made a homemade tract that I'd be happy to make available. It's got a goofy chicken and a goofy egg on it. And a kid will be walking to the pier and I'll say, my favorite is a group of young men. I say, hey, which one of you guys is the smartest? I've got a quiz. And they'll all stop and laugh and argue they're the smartest. And then I ask them which came first, the chicken or the egg. I take an answer from each, I'll just say young men in this example. Chicken, egg, chicken, egg. I go, well, it's got to be 2 chickens. When you guys get married, you'll be able to figure that out. And they all laugh. You need a male and a female. And I'll quiz the group again for fun. Why did the first two birds have to start off as adults?
I think Ken Hovind brings it up every now and then. Where did the couple come from? I mean, you got to have two of them. You just can't just evolve one and not the other.
But why do they have to start as adults? The first two.
Well, there's nobody to fertilize the egg if they both, right? I mean,
well, my dad was my favorite philosopher of all time, and so many answers to life's questions are answered by his two words: gotta eat. So before you can start a family, you gotta eat. Babies are incapable of securing and procuring their own food. So God started with two adults, an adult male and adult female. They started eating, then they started reproducing. God knew what he was doing.
Well, I definitely have to agree with that one. Yeah. the thing is, to me, when the points you're bringing up, Bill, it's such basic common sense. It really puts into context the level of mental gymnastics that people are being put through. And then we observe this all the time. Like every time we do a debate, have conversations with folks, I'm talking about the Evo-Atheists and stuff on YouTube, the amount of mental pretzeling they have to do in order to come up with explanations to circumvent or to defend their position that intelligent design is not the more rational conclusion, right? Like, oh, well, no, listen, I've got a model and I can come up with a hypothetical reason for why. It doesn't matter how many different twists I have to go through. As long as I can mentally come up with something that could be an alternative solution, then mine is correct and you're wrong. Like, we see that all the time. I find it extraordinarily fascinating. I cannot imagine what it must be like to go through life trying to come up with plausible explanations when your worldview necessitates suspension of common sense.
Well, the Old Testament teaches everybody wants to be right in their own what?
Eyes.
Right. So the Evo-Atheists, and I got tired of debating them because they know my arguments, but they're trying to be right in their own eyes and talking about ring species and the endogenous retroviruses. They're not atheists because of ring species. I believe the hardcore atheists are bitter at God because of suffering. But the bulk of atheists have been brainwashed. So it's one of the two B's that a person's an atheist. They're either bitter, and these are the ones who debate and teach in colleges. And then there's the brainwashed atheists who can easily be led to Christ if you lovingly share truth with them. But T-Jump, something happened to him in his past, either with his parents, his health, or a loved one. He is not an intellectual atheist. He's emotionally trying to defend it, even though he's very smart. So what are your comments on that, group?
I don't have any, but on something you mentioned earlier, I'd like to comment on when everybody else comments on this.
Well, real quick, I would agree with your point there, Bill, on the bitter and brainwashed. I think some of them are both brainwashed and bitter, but yep. Which one came first can be an interesting one. I think for some of them, the brainwashing kicks in, and then they think they've been lied to their whole life, and they become bitter. Right, a lot of the ones that deconstruct, they grew up in church, they had the influence on, and then they go to college, the brainwashing kicks in. They're like, "Oh my goodness, I've been being lied to my entire life. I thought I had my worldview figured out, and like my path and everything was, I understood where I was going, right?" And that just from their frame of reference, it's just exploded, and now they become bitter because they don't have any they don't feel like they have a foundation to their life. But I would agree with you in general.
Very well said. And then the whole world of pleasure and sin opens up to them, and they feel liberated, and then they end up, miserable because of the consequences of sin.
Bill, when you're talking to people about like ERVs and all that nonsense. I've got a really good puzzle for them to turns evolutionists into babbling idiots every time. I just ask them. I just answer them this question. I said, proteins are made by molecular machines. Molecular machines are made of proteins.
Mm-hmm.
Which came first?
Yep.
And if they just, you wouldn't believe the kind of stuff they say. Well, you'd believe it. That makes people think, proteins are extremely complicated. Molecular machines are a zillion times more complicated because they're made of protein. And they move around like little robots. So just to imagine which one came first, well, if they say the protein, well, that's, molecular machines they don't have an answer. So the best they can do is babble a while and then change the subject. But I'm sure they think about it.
It's chemical reactions. It's just chemical reaction. It's not really machines. That's a metaphor. Okay, that's just a
It's
metaphor.
diet soda.
I'm going to need you to listen. Listen, I understand that you're a layman, okay, and you don't understand biochemistry, but it's not a machine. Nobody thinks it's a machine. It doesn't matter how many papers you read to me where they explain why they're machines. Not that they're calling it a machine, why it's a machine. No. No, you're wrong. I'm sorry, Dan, you're wrong. And I don't believe you. And
I've heard that. I've heard that argument.
It's diet soda.
That's right. Or I'm not going to teach you biology. Why don't you take a biology class? And then they run away. So
or it's I'm not a biologist. I'm not a geneticist. I don't know that, but you're wrong.
Yeah.
But it is not a code. It's a chemical. It's deoxyribonucleic acid. It's an acid. I don't understand why you think it's a code. DNA is no more of a code than Diet Coke and regular Coke.
Wow, you even sound like him now, John.
Oh, he's nuts.
I can't take it, man. It's really getting outlandish. When the geniuses argue it's not code, it's not machines, and then they say that we're the ones that are ignorant. I mean, John, this is where do you guys think I came up with the atheist fantasyland projection complex? It's that kind of thing right there. It's like you are literally accusing me of what you are doing, and then it's like, well, you don't know what you're talking about. You're suffering from Dunning-Kruger, and it's like you literally just said you didn't understand what I was saying. And now you're claiming I'm the one that's suffering from Dunning-Kruger. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You're an idiot. I'm sorry. I yield. Go ahead, guys.
I think,
I would
to
bet
be honest,
my house, my pit bull, my cars, everything, every penny I got, that if we gave a truth pill to the Diet Coke guy, I can't remember his name. What is he?
Godless engineer.
Godless. And he's not an engineer. He's a computer programmer. I would bet everything I own, if you gave him a truth pill, he would say, why did my parents get divorced when I was 6? Why did my brother die? Why did my sister die? Why did my girlfriend die? Michael Shermer, you guys all heard of him, correct?
Oh, yeah.
He's a famous skeptic. He loves to be on TV, and he's got a magazine. Do you know his explanation for why he became an atheist?
Some of his grandma.
His girlfriend got in a terrible car wreck and was very severely injured. He went from a door-to-door evangelist, according to him, for Youth for Christ, sharing Christ, to an atheist because he suffered mightily, and he deals with his pain by releasing endorphins by being angry at God. But he comes off as this delightful intellectual seeker of truth, but he admitted he's emotional.
Well, Pine Creek has, he admitted one time that it's because, or one, not the accident only, but one of the primary reasons is his sister got, I don't remember what she got. She got some disease and she ultimately died. And he blames God for that. And that was kind of the catalyst for him going off down his path.
I think it's interesting to see.
I'm sorry.
I think it's interesting to see that people are so emotional while they say that they're not emotional. I think I think most people have that God, the world has to be just if God is just. It's so, I don't know where they get the idea that the world has to be just if God is just. So I'm not even sure. It's just weird.
Well, they have a broken heart. Who else can they be mad at? They can't be mad at John in Tennessee. You're still in Tennessee, John?
Oh yeah, unless Texas cedes from the union, I'm staying in Tennessee. However, so Bill, on a sidebar,
sure.
Are you going to escape California anytime soon? Before
John, the fruit, the ministry out here is incredible. I just love it. The weather is warm year round. Everybody goes to the Huntington Beach Pier. The fields are white with harvest out here. Come on out, guys. Join me at the pier.
Fair enough. I'm just saying, have you planned anything for escaping when the implosion of California takes place?
When the earthquake,
or have you decided that you are going to go down with the Titanic?
Oh gosh, no! I love it out here because there's so much need and so much evangelism opportunity.
I just watched one video on how they built a nuclear reactor on the fault line, and I'm like, oh great, stay away from there.
Most of them are on the fault lines.
Well, they just closed the big one. I don't know if you know that, San Onofre. They closed.
Oh, that's probably the one I watched the video about, maybe.
But if you're worried about global warming, nuclear is the answer, right?
No, of course. I hardly agree with that.
Warming. Never trust a scientist with a model if he's getting government funding. Never. And these climate prophets, all they have are models. They don't computer models, and they can make them say anything they want them to say.
Yeah.
I also know that CO2 is really good plant food. Very good plant food.
Hey, real quick, Rebecca was trying to say something. What's up, Rebecca?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say I gotta go, guys. Thanks for having me on LPP. Keep up the good work to you and everybody else, and it's been a fun discussion.
Appreciate
it.
Good
night,
Thanks.
Rebecca.
Hi, Rebecca. Have a great night. And
good
then
night.
Good night.
Everybody go check out Bread of Life and Brain Freeze. Oh man, is it
Examining Evolution?
Examining. Oh man, I knew it was an E. It was Evaluating Evolution.
Yeah.
Examining Evolution. Doing some great interviews recently on that channel as well. So make sure you go check out both of Rebecca's channels, folks.
Thank
Have a good
you.
night.
I got to go, John. I have to go too. I got things to do in the morning before church. So I'll catch you later.
Right,
Thank you very much.
Night.
We'll see you guys. Steve Slavic, is that how you say that name? Bill.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, Slavic.
Good night. What's your first name?
My name's Jay.
Okay.
Yeah, I missed my buddy Rebecca. That's my friend. I was hoping to catch her. I'm a scientist with a model who takes all of my money from your federal government. I use your tax dollars to study the model of evolutionary biology, and I've completely sold my soul because that's how I buy Chinese food.
You know, confession leads to salvation, and you just confessed.
I love it. I love it.
Guys.
That's true. Bible Research Tools, Pocket Locker 86. Hit me up, man. I'd love to chat anytime. Have a great night. Thank you so much. Yeah. Have a good one, buddy.
What's Bible Research's first name?
It's Dan.
Dan. Good
How do I get out of this thing?
Good night, Dan. There should be like a leave studio
I
button or something. Yeah.
There's no escape, Dan.
Thanks for inviting me in, folks. How you guys doing tonight?
Yeah, pretty good. I can't complain too much, other than fast forwarding towards the end of the planet, or the end of civilization. Other than that, we're good.
Yeah. What's got you? What's got you feeling that this process is being accelerated?
Well, let's see.
Hang on. By the way, I see my man Jamie Russell in here. What's up, Jamie? But go ahead.
Hey, Allah.
Well, I would say that given the fact we are rapidly depleting our energy reserves, specifically diesel, which if that is reduced too much further, then you have a significant issue with the transfer of materials via trains, ships, and trucks, which if that happens, then you have a gridlock of the supply chains, which are already on the edge of implosion, which then means you're not having coal and other fuels get to power plants, means you don't have electricity, which means you have a shutdown of modern civilization because, well, pretty much everything we do in modern civilization necessitates that.
So diesel?
Oh yeah, wherever.
Like I had a list of apocalyptic concerns, but diesel wasn't on it. So all right, so I got to add diesel to the list of shit to lose sleep over, things to lose sleep over. So I don't know if the cursing is allowed. Is cursing allowed on this stream?
It would not like crazy, but I mean, I curse.
It's legal. Is marijuana smoking on? I need to smoke. Is that okay? Are you guys?
I don't care.
Okay.
I got one thing that's more scary than diesel, even though it does.
What's that?
If you drive around the states and you look at the fields, man, like I don't know, but a bunch of them are not planted at all. Nothing.
Well, that's what I was about to get there, Slavic. Because I agree with you, and part of the reason for that.
Wait, what do you mean not planted there?
Bro, have you not been following what's going on with the food problem we're facing?
Now, tell me about the food problem. What's going on about the food problem? Fertilizer.
So please tell me you're aware of the global fertilizer shortage. Please tell me you're aware of this.
All right, so there's a food, but that doesn't mean plants aren't planted. It just you mean like he's going by the fields and they're empty because there's no fertilizer? Is that what he's referring to?
They weren't planted because so if you
I see what he meant. Sorry, I thought he meant like they were like levitating or they were grown in some. So he just means they're not in use right now. There's a fertilizer shortage. The food isn't. I got.
Well, and the fertilizer shortage has reached a point where the cost of fertilizer is currently up 400% over last year. The diesel is up double. Like all these different things they need is at a minimum the price is doubled. In a lot of cases, it's quadrupled and quintupled on different things they need to do. So then you fast forward to there's like reports out the wazoo of this, by the way, of farmers like literally not being able to harvest their fields that are now ready for harvest because they don't have enough freaking money to go buy the diesel to go and have the tractors go pull the freaking or have the combines go through where they're harvesting attachments, be able to go and harvest stuff. There's been reports from like major food distributors like, hey, just letting you guys know we're about to run out of stuff and the yields of this year's crops are going to be really low, so we're going to have a shortage. Just telling you. So now United States, we might not have, there's a very high probability we're going to have some significant shortages, but the major problems have already hit other parts of the world. Like they're already rationing food all over Europe. It's a big deal. It's no joke about it. It's secondary, and so you got a coming diesel shortage. Are you familiar with diesel emission fluid, DEF?
No, tell me about that.
So post 2011,
I feel like I'm learning a lot. No joke. Go ahead.
Post 2011, all tractors, construction equipment, trucks, all that kind of stuff are required to have DEF, which is a urea-based compound that supposedly reduces emissions and such. But the problem is, if you run out of it, your vehicle cannot go more than about 5 miles an hour. There's an artificial barrier that I think it caps the RPMs at like 3,000 or something like that. And basically that translates, you can go about 5 miles an hour. Well, we're having like there's like a massive DEF shortage problem. And which means goes back to the whole shutdown, right? Even if you have diesel fuel, if you don't have DEF, you can have a full truck and it's going to go 5 miles an hour.
Right. It's like you can't convert it efficiently enough to do anything with it.
Correct. Then you have to factor in the diesel engine oil. So like specific oil for diesel engines, right? Well,
right.
For some magical reason, production of diesel engine oil has been shut down until sometime in quote 2023. So just think about this logically. If you have a $200,000 truck and there's no oil available for you to change your oil, are you going to drive your truck or are you going to take it off the road?
Probably take it off the road eventually.
Right. So you can go, most of them can get about 25,000 miles between oil changes, right? But if you're driving, say, 2,500 miles a week, that means like you have what? 2 months and 2 weeks ballpark before you are off the road. If there's no engine oil, right? So there's like there's major distributors have already been like, yeah, so we're out and we're not going to have any back in stock until 2023. I mean, it's like, what? See, so those are a couple major issues that are facing us. And like I said, the food problem, that's a global problem. I mean, like there's a bunch of like India, for example, if you Google this, India has banned food exports. I think they're one of there's like 30 something countries now that have banned all food exports because they're like, oh crap. We might just need to keep all of ours for ourselves because we don't really have who are we going to import from if we do that. There's also been on a global level, it's kind of crazy actually. There's been a extraordinary, uncommon amount of it in like this growing region. It's been too hot, and this one it's been too cold. This one it's rained too long, and so like all these different planting seasons have gotten jacked up, which is also reducing the overall amount of expected yield of the crops and stuff. So
yeah, in Africa there was supposedly those swarms of bugs again that happen every few years. I don't know how long it happens, but they eat up all the crops.
The locusts.
Yeah, locusts, something like that happened over there. The thing is that plus Ukraine had a whole bunch of wheat that they shipped to Europe. Well, they ain't shipping anything right now.
Right.
Russia was a massive exporter of wheat and grain and all that stuff. They ain't shipping anything right now. And so what's going to happen is that it's probably not going to affect anything for the next few months. But when we have the next growing season, the food that's processed and gets ready to hit the stores, that's when we're going to see it.
Another thing to bear in mind is that diesel fuel is basically interchangeable with heating oil up here in the Northeast.
Right.
And if it runs out, I'm going to freeze this winter.
That's crazy. Myself, why isn't there more mainstream coverage of this? Maybe I watch the wrong news sources. Maybe I listen to too much of that leftist mainstream nonsense, and they don't talk about it because they're
if we have to think about this from the perspective of if you're from a government perspective, do you want the masses to freak out?
I don't know. It seemed like I gotta admit that when the pandemic happened, it was pretty good for the news cycle. You know what I mean? Like, and as people have become less and less concerned about that, they kind of tune off. So I tend to be kind of a pessimist and think that stowing fears in people is good for ratings and clicks and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, the government might not want to be inciting chaos. I see what you're saying. I see what you're getting at there.
The difference is that when they tell people to sit at home, or if
that's true. That's true. Right.
Right.
But yeah. And if they're not telling you to sit at home anymore, then it's a very different context, right, for these other things, right, where it's like, hey, if we're telling you all this bad shit's happening, but we're like, whoa, stay home, the virus is going on, stay in your house, look, just click on YouTube, just watch the news all day, panic, but stay home, Now it's not like that, right? Now people are back to like, when you guys freak out, that actually is a problem. So
yeah, we have no more toilet paper in the stores right away.
right. Yeah.
But the funny thing is
Good point.
The funny thing is that the politicians, they're clueless. They're just there to, I'm like, okay, this is me being really pessimistic, to make money off the stock market. So they're trying to cover their own butts because they know they got to get reelected. If things go bad while they're their reelection, where are they going to get their
Yeah, it's kind of a problem too with the system, right? Because unfortunately, even a politician with the best of intentions, it's like they can't do shit if they don't get elected, right?
Exactly.
So no matter what, at the end of the day, when the rubber meets the road, they're like, their number one political belief is that, and I think this is true no matter what their affiliation is, right? It's sort of their motivation. It's like, I should have this seat and not my competitor. So at the end of the day, whatever my opinions are, I'm gonna do what I got to do to hold on to that seat or to get that seat. Right, because that kind of comes before the political agenda even, right? Can't execute my agenda if I don't get the office. So we kind of forget that that's the number one game they play.
Yeah, and if you look at like Nancy Pelosi's how rich she is, or her husband or whatever, it kind of becomes suspicious. Not even just her, but the majority of those people that have been in office for a really long time. They don't get paid that much, but they're all like really big millionaires, and it kind of gets suspicious after you can see that they're making a lot of money off the stock market. So,
Yeah, that's I think that's really kind of fucked up. I kind of think there should be more control over that, actually. I think that that's not good. Because I just think, like, if you're in that type of position, like, there are some controls in place, right? Like, they're supposed to keep all their monies in trust, and they're not really supposed to have like direct access to it. But we all know that that's not really doing much, and they've got ways around it, and it doesn't really matter, right? It just kind of helps them. If it's like, hey, you can do whatever you want, you just can't touch it right now. You're like, oh, you mean I have to save it for my cushy landing in my retirement? Oh, darn. You know, but it's like, for real, like, they just have too much access, right, for us to really trust them to be simultaneously engaging in the market as like normal citizens, right? And then on top of that, even the ones who like don't, or they're like, well, I'm not really on that committee. It's kind of like the appearance. Like, I hate to, I'm not the type of person who's like, oh, we should worry about appearances, you know? But it's like, public trust matters in an office where public trust is the job, right? So I don't think it's like me saying, hey, like, it looks a little weird if you guys as football players look like you've invested in the team you play for. Like, I could give two shits, right? Public trust, like, I don't like making money as a professional athlete. It's your job. Go ahead, knock yourself out, right? But if public trust is like the essential thing of your thing, then like even doing something that makes us trust you less is arguably something we should control, because then we just can't. I don't trust them. And that's the problem. Like, I can tell you guys, I don't trust much about the current Republican Party, but I don't trust the Democrats either. And you can bring up stuff like Nancy Pelosi and her investments, and Chuck Schumer's, Wall Street ties and all that type of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I don't trust any of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, the problem is that all of them are like that, and it's almost impossible to fix that problem, because just think about it this way. Let's say you were a mayor of a city, right? And you had family or friends, and they're like, hey, we have a company here. Can you give us that public job? And you're like, oh yeah, sure. Instead of giving it to, whoever gives the best quality or the best, whatever. It becomes a really big temptation.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know how to fix that. Besides, maybe don't let them sit in there for 20 years. I guess.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is we keep like battling amongst ourselves to like elect the elite amongst the right team, when really like they're like all more alike than they are like anybody else, right? There's like a political power class, right? Even at like the local or state level, right? And all of those people have way more in common than like the average, citizen has, right? So they keep us focused on like, oh, well, do you want the red team to be in control or the blue team in control? When really we should be like, we don't want any of y'all motherfuckers to be in control, because none of y'all are helping us. But like, as long as they keep us playing that game, then like they just keep playing hot potato, right? Well, none of us really get much of anything.
Yeah,
kind of sucks.
Exactly. Another thing, I think there should be nobody's allowed to do those advertisement on TV, like, hey, because who gets elected? The people that get put on TV. So all the people like libertarians, any other people that are in the smaller ballots, or they're not in the Democrat or the Republicans, they don't get the time of day, because they don't have the money to spend on their.
So what do you think about like a public thing where like everybody there's like no more private money, or there is private money, but it all goes into like a common election pot, and then you got to qualify to get on it, but if you get on it, then like everybody gets the same resource. It's kind of like they would do with like a student government. Like, I ran for student government president when I was in college, right? And they don't want like the rich kids to just be able to like buy up the student government, so there's like a $600 spending limit. You can do whatever you want, but none of you can spend more than $600, right? Now that's still a lot. Some kids really can't afford $600. There's arguments, but maybe they should just give everybody the $600 to spend. But let's imagine they do that, right? They give everybody, say, hey, whether you're poor, whether you're rich, doesn't matter. Like, here, you all get the same amount from the government thing. What do you think about that? Or do you think it, you know what I mean? Would you go for something like that to help solve that, or?
You talking about like, universal basic income and all that?
No. With the election, just
elections.
Like, yeah, like no more free market elections. Like everybody gets the same amount. Big ticket, third party, doesn't matter. If you get a certain number of votes to get on the ballot, like you all split it, you all take it evenly, and it's just a way to try to make it so it isn't the richest. Whoever gets the most advertisements or whatever.
Well, I mean, I would argue that and I'm sorry, I was reading up on DEF. I was trying to find
you're good.
The exact specifications.
I was doing that before actually myself. One of my mods dropped it in my chat.
So you may have, but I'm reading it from the Yali Institute. While the truck is allowed to run out of DEF, a solid red alert will be displayed, and the vehicle can't travel further than 5 miles per hour because the engine power is reduced. And then on vehicles like Land Rovers, it literally won't let you restart it until you put the DEF in. Like once you shut it off, it won't start. Period. It's interesting, but the
election thing.
I would argue that we should do something similar to what England did, which is each candidate gets a fixed amount of money, and they're not allowed to have any more than that. So everybody has the exact same amount of capital. Yeah.
That's something what I'm thinking. Like, yep. That's pretty much something. That's kind of the proposal.
And if that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I don't know the exact details, but yeah.
But what really resulted in England was, that's right. I'm American, but I grew up in England.
Okay, cool. Yeah, tell me about that.
The members of parliament were kind of forced to go knock on people's doors and actually have conversations with
I like the sound of this.
With their constituents, and actually have that face-to-face conversation, not be able to just
right.
Now, I know that's changed somewhat over the years because this was like 20 years ago when I was doing it. I know they're politicians, right? So they've come up with new ways.
Right, they figured out new ways to get money in there.
But I think that having a cap on how much money you can have. I mean, you want to advertise and all that, that's fine. But I think there should be, to your point, a even playing field. Like, and whatever that number is, right? You could put the number at, XYZ millions if you want to. But
right. Just whatever it is, though, it's evenly distributed.
Right. And
I really like that. Yeah.
Because at this point, it's about like 4 or 5 years ago, I came up with this whole idea of trying to circumvent the status quo, which is the vast majority of the electorate does not pay attention until about 2.5 weeks before the election. That's a documented fact, right?
Yep. Go ahead.
If you're a politician, that, multiple things. Number one, your constituency isn't actually paying attention. Like, unless there's like a major scandal, they're not going to pay attention to your shenanigans for 3 years, 11 months, and 2 weeks.
Yeah. And you could argue there's some exceptions for like these big, huge positions, but we could account for that later. For by and large, for 90% of offices, 99% of the time.
Well, no. Even for the biggest office, we're talking about the majority of voters. There's always the subset that's paying attention every day. Like, I'm one of them, right?
Sure. Okay. Right? I'm with you there. Yes.
Majority, right?
Yes. So even the biggest elections, that's probably true for the majority of people. I'm with you on that.
Correct.
I'm with you on that. Go ahead.
Then on top of that, you have most federal elections are decided by less than 5% of the total voter base in that in that campaign, right? So the politicians know. Number one, the vast majority of the voters aren't paying attention to my shenanigans for 3 years, 11 months, and 2 weeks. And then I actually only have to convince about 5% of them to vote my way, because the other everybody else is voting. They've already decided who they're going to vote for like purely on party lines, right? I'm not voting. That guy's a Democrat. That guy's a Republican. I'm not voting for the Democrat. I'm not voting for the Republican. So all you got to do is BS about 5% of the swing vote, and you get reelected, right? Then on the federal level, they have a 90, I forget the exact percentage now, but they have a 90-something% probability of being reelected if they're the incumbent.
Right. That's always an advantage, yeah.
So if I'm the incumbent, and I know I already have this ridiculously high probability of getting reelected, and I only have to BS a very small percentage of the voter base to get reelected, and and they're not going to pay attention to me for 3 years, 11 months, and 2 weeks. I'm going to do whatever the freaking A I want to do while I'm in Congress. And I'm going to make myself rich. I'm going to vote for random shit that has no actual positive benefit to anybody except for me. And I'm going to do insider trading at the wazoo. I mean, Nancy Pelosi, for example, that woman has, or well, actually via her husband, has one of the most amazing investment records to ever. Like there are literal like clone trading platform, like website stuff out there where it's like, we'll tell you whatever Mr. Pelosi's trades are, and people will just go and like buy whatever he buys, they'll just buy it. Because
I see. Just
magically.
Hey, that's smart. I didn't know people were doing that. That's that's pretty clever.
Well, only the politicians can get away with that.
Yep.
Think about this. If Martha Stewart went to prison for what, 3 years for insider trading,
right?
She had some knowledge of what was going to be in the earnings call of a company she invested in, right? And they
I never knew what the details of that were.
Yeah, like she had some insider information on like what the earnings report was going to be.
Okay.
I forget if she sold or bought stock, one of the two, right? And made a bunch of money off of it, right? Because she had that information. She bought before.
Sure.
Well, okay, let's flip this to I'm in Congress. I'm on a committee.
I know.
That is going to be deciding on a regulation that's going to.
I know. It's crazy. Isn't it insane?
We're not talking about one company. We're talking about the entire
the whole industry. Right? I know. Isn't that insane?
Or like, hey, you know what? I think we've decided that we're going to ban the import of, insert XYZ, right?
Right.
Well, let's go buy a bunch of stock in this company that's in England or whatever that imports, 30% of their revenue comes from imports to the United States. We're just going to ban them. So let's go buy a crap load of that stock 6 months. We bought it now, and then let's sit on this resolution for like 8 or 9 months. So it doesn't look like we're insider trading because we already bought it way back then, right? But we knew what the outcome was going to be, and then right before we announce what the regulation is going to be, we short that stock and take a short position, and then release the fact that they're going to be banned from imports, and then their stock tanks and we make a fortune, right? Or vice versa, or whatever, the reciprocal. And this goes out off the wazoo. Like the average senator increases their net worth by 12x in 2 terms. Like you're getting paid 200 G's and you somehow have increased your net worth 12x. And you haven't been doing any insider trading. Yeah, I don't believe you. You're lying.
And they can't even go to jail.
No, and then you have folks like old Charlie Rangel, man. That dude, he was getting bribes at the wazoo. He got raided by the FBI. They found like 200 G's in cash in his freezer, and he got reelected twice. And he was indicted but never prosecuted. I mean, like they had proof at the wazoo. The bro was like getting cash bribes. They even found the cash, and he got reelected twice.
Well, I think that's something that I think, a lot of, I hate to say this, but I think regardless how you feel about him personally, that the Trump movement has brought to light, right? Because there was a time where it went without saying in America, like if you had certain things in your past, you would never even run for office, right? Never. Like you just would never think about it because you'd be like, oh, they'll dig into my past and discover that I gave a blowjob to a guy in the back alley one day, and I'll be totally unelectable as dog catcher, right?
Unless
and
you're
now,
Joe Biden's son.
Unless you're Joe Biden's son, or Lauren Boebert, who was like turning tricks or whatever, right? Or Trump paying off porn stars or whoever. Bill Clinton.
Vice President of the United States banging Willie Green, the mayor of San Francisco. I mean, like,
or like the mayor. Who was the mayor of D.C. or Baltimore or whatever, right? Who got caught with the hose and the drugs and then got reelected or whatever. Yeah. You know what I mean? But that type of stuff really like changed everything because it made us say, wait a second. There really is no guardrails, right? Like. A motherfucker could be like, yo, I'm evil, and I've murdered a bunch of people. Actually, they were all unarmed children, all female children. They just haven't discovered the bodies yet. They just can't prosecute me because they haven't discovered it yet. But look, y'all want to vote for me anyway, right? And if enough of us are like, yep, sure, yep, yeah, hey, hasn't been convicted, has he? Yep. Like, you could just, cool, you could get whatever. Elected, whatever, like it really does. At least I think no matter what your perspective is, think about like, wait a second. The reason I really appreciate this conversation, though, because the reason I ask some of these questions is because sometimes we complain about the system, but nobody's willing to do anything differently, right? So
I think,
kind of, yeah, go ahead.
I think there's another way we could maybe help the system, is that right before every single election, there should be a mandatory, like pretty much a video or a newscast explaining exactly what each politician voted for, what they did in Congress. That way,
yeah.
everybody know exactly what his positions were.
Yeah,
and it should be part of their like campaign. Like, it's mandatory to tell them exactly what they did, what they voted for.
See, okay, so Slavic, I would agree with you conceptually. The problem is the electorate is a bunch of idiots that wouldn't actually go and read that, watch that, take it under consideration. Because, I mean, think about the number of people who go into the voting booth and don't know who they're going to vote. Like, they don't know anything about the people they vote for.
Well, one of the things I was going to mention is that there's kind of a ramping up of this, right? Like, one of the things that was great about Barack Obama, right, was that before he ran for president, he was a first-term senator. And one of the things sharp commentators noticed was that that was great for the Democratic Party, because it meant he had a relatively thin record. There wasn't much.
And how many times did he vote present? You know what I'm talking about?
No. Go ahead.
Okay, so to your point, I'm substantiating your point.
No, go ahead. I just don't. Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you look at him, there's a bunch of politicians that start doing this. They vote. They don't vote yes or no. They vote present.
Oh, like just checking in, and then they let the numbers fall where they may.
They don't actually vote.
And so then they get to just say whatever. And then a lot of times they chalk it up to my vote would have made a difference. They give you the excuse like your neighbor gives when they don't vote,
Yep, so
my vote wouldn't have mattered on that anyway,
I'm saying politicians are doing this. Barack Obama.
Yeah. No. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's smart.
There's politicians. I'm not just bashing Democrats and Obama. There's Republicans who do the exact same thing, right? And you go and look at their record, and it's like, why are you even in Congress? I mean, seriously.
Right.
It's the majority of the time you vote present, so you don't actually make a decision. So you have no say.
Yeah.
And you don't actually do what you were elected to do, which was to go freaking vote on laws, man. Like, I don't care if you're there, dude. Like,
it's got me thinking my gaming club can do better this. I'm like an officer in a gaming club. We're like a GTA motorcycle club. And one of the things we did was we tried to really convince all of our officers, hey, you guys really ought to vote on things, right? Like, don't vote majority, right? Because you could always vote majority or like pass. We're like, you shouldn't really do that if you're an officer, because like you should set an example from the club of like giving a shit enough to know what's going on and vote on an issue. Say yes or no when something comes up, And so it's gotten a lot better since we did that. And to your point, like the fact that we can, do that type of thing in a gaming club, but you can't count on your senator to actually show up and give a hard up or down on, shit affecting, like we said, whole industries. It's kind of ridiculous.
Well, and the level of power that's now in play, I mean, we're not talking about just influencing the United States, we're talking about influencing the world.
Right. That's true. Totally.
So it's like, how can you not be held accountable at this point?
Right.
And the level of the lack of accountability, I think, has been exacerbated by the purposeful blinding of the public to actually think there's anything they can do about it, right? How many people you talk to were like, well, why should I even vote? I can't do anything about it. Like, people say that kind of stuff all the time, right? Like, even if you vote for somebody, and I feel the same way, on a regular basis. Like, I still vote, but I feel like that sometimes myself, because it's just like the corruption is not even being hidden anymore. In previous times, politicians were still corrupt, power hungry bastards, right? But they at least tried to hide it.
Yes, right. Now they're saying the quiet part out loud, essentially.
Right. Now they're like, what are you going to do about it? Like, I'm corrupt as all get out. I'm robbing you blind. And guess what? you can't do anything about it, so you can kiss my
Right.
purple ass and go pound sand if you got a problem
Right.
with it. You know, and that's like I've got it. Back to my earlier point, like I have a 90% chance of getting reelected. So what do you? I don't really care if you're mad at me. Like so be it. And
yeah,
Yeah.
Cheryl just said in chat what I was thinking.
Go ahead.
About how Obama's career was basically started with the mentorship of Bill Ayers, who was part of the Weather Underground terrorist organization.
Yep.
Hope you're not a big Obama fan.
I'm actually not. So
okay.
The thing that's interesting though is I think there's been an acceleration of that, and somewhat I think it works. Like one of my I'm kind of on the left, but like I'm not a like fan of the Democratic Party by any means, or really anybody in the system. But like one of my things is like so we talked about Obama having a thin record, right? But I think the Republicans have done even more of this effectively lately, right? And my point is it's continued to be even more effective, right? So if you look at like I just watched the Trump rally, right? And he was there in Alaska to endorse Shabaka and Palin. And a lot of these people, you know, the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world, these people that run and get elected now, right? I was noticing this. They don't have records. They don't have backgrounds. They're not career politicians, right? And that works to their favor, right? And because now they can just show up, have the right look, the right values, sing the right song, say like, oh, I'm going to vote this way, or I care about this issue or that issue. There's no record to show that they don't or whatever. And then it's like that's preferable to somebody who's got this long ass record of basically not getting anything done. And what's funny is if you compare that to the Democrats, right? I always say this, the Democrats have like all the serious sounding people and they're like, hey, we're serious. We've been doing this forever. You know, we're the real serious folks around here. But they can't get anything done. Like they're just perpetually impotent on everything. Meanwhile, the Republicans might have had a long record, but whatever they say they're gonna do, like vote pro-life or support gun rights or whatever they say they're gonna do, they just do it. They're like, yo, this person's cute. Vote for them. This other person's a rhino. Ignore them. This person's gonna do what they say, and then they do that shit. They like vote. They pump all the money into them, and then they do it. And then the Democrats are like, "No, we'll show you how it's done. We've been doing," and they don't do anything. So like, I'm honestly like with you guys. Like to your point, even if we gave the people this information, they probably wouldn't use it. They probably wouldn't care about it. And if they paid attention, they'd probably just ignore it. And like to our shock and horror, just vote for the people they liked over the people with the best records anyway, right? They currently have that option and they don't give a crap about the records.
Well,
most just vote for the letter anyway. And it's funny that you brought up Marjorie Taylor Greene, because you know one of the reasons why she's hated so much on the Hill is because when she got there, she didn't play the game. So they basically ended up kicking her out of all the committees. And she found out that a lot of times when they go to pass resolutions and to make laws and whatnot, they will propose it in front of whoever happens to be present, and then they just have a show of hands. And she found out that she can say that she wants it on the record, which means then they have to stop. They have to contact all of the congressmen, have them come in and do an official vote so that it is on record exactly what they voted for. That's the whole thing behind what's called the Freedom Caucus, is they actually have to take turns having one of the members sit in the House of Representatives so that they don't run in there and try to pass something by just showing hands.
Right. So calling for the roll, basically. I've seen this do. Sometimes I'm such a nerd, I watch C-SPAN. But yeah. You'll see this where they actually call for the roll. They've all got to be there. And you're right. Even then, I hate to say it, sometimes they sneak in, right? They sneak in. They like send their little representative or their little desk person in there and wait for their names to be called, right? And then you see them kind of sneak up at the last second after the names are called, like put their little vote in and kind of dip out again, right? Like I've seen them do this shit all the time. It's kind of hilarious.
But before, what would happen is, let's say in the House of Representatives, that Nancy Pelosi or whoever was running at the time banged her little gavel and said it's open and we have this bill proposed in front of us, and say there were 10 Democrats and 5 Republicans that were on the floor.
Right, because everybody else
And
is in the office doing whatever. Yeah, they could just show the hands and say the yeas
right.
have it.
Show your hands, how many for, how many against, resolution passed, bang, boom. Okay, so it made no difference that the Republicans might have had a larger number of people in the House. It's not that way at the moment. But
Right,
say the
right.
Republicans had the majority, you could still sneak things through.
Because they weren't on the floor at the time, yeah.
Right. And what happens
and in line with that, Stephen, too, is there's a boatload of establishment on both sides, whether it be Republican or Democrat, that they don't care about how good it is for the overall majority of the people. It's about paying off their buddies. They're doing that less stuff to sneak through their pork spending bills and authorizations of money to all these random sources. And
right,
they don't want everybody there to know what they're voting on.
Right, and since it wasn't on the record, the constituents couldn't hold them accountable. But once it's called for it to be on the record, which Marjorie Taylor Greene has been doing, and as I said, they have the Freedom Caucus, which has one member that sits in there all the time to make sure they can't sneak these things in and do it off the record.
Yeah, no, that was a great explanation of it too. Like, and like I said, I've watched it play out, but I thought you were giving a great kind of visual play-by-play of what it looks like and the difference that it makes. Yeah, for people.
As a matter of fact, one of the worst instances of this being snuck by in history is the Federal Reserve Bank. 1913 or 1914 was it? Jekyll Island.
Sure, go ahead.
It was December 23rd when most of the representatives and senators had left
on holiday.
For Christmas. Oh yeah, they snuck it through there, raised their hands, passed the House, threw it over to the Senate, raised their hands, passed the Senate, threw it in front of Wilson. He signed it. Boom. We gave all of our money away to a private institute.
Wow.
The U.S. government the U.S. government is not in control of our dollar.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Sorry, I haven't heard about this idea how they can just vote like that. But this to me sounds shady enough to be in Russia.
Well, yeah, but the thing that's funny too is like even we were talking about the Marjorie Taylor Greene stuff, right? Like in line with this, it's like. She's smart, right? Because you got to remember the job almost isn't the job, right? The job is to get elected, stay elected, right? And honestly, if she does something like participate in the Freedom Caucus, call the votes on the stuff, antagonize, own the lib, so to speak, that's more effective. And then honestly, like committee duty restricts you to what I call invisible work, right? Nobody cares what committees you're on, what committees you sit on, right? It's just more time you got to sit on the Hill where you're like not in front of voters or like not posting on social media, right? And she's got this whole model worked out where she doesn't have to do any of that anyway because that's not what got her elected. It's not what keeps her elected, right? So she wants to be out there. Even her trial, like I watched her trial and like they better convict her because if they don't, like she just used it as a publicity thing. She looked all good. She got like a standing ovation when she like went in there. She got like a standing ovation when she left. Like she's like, yeah, I'm just dominating Georgia right now. Y'all could try to get me. Yeah, well, you better convict me because if you don't, like, thanks for the publicity. See y'all later. Follow me on Instagram. You know what I mean? And I'm like, it's gonna work. So Democrats, if y'all don't like it, then figure it out. Do something. Because again, she's figured it out, right? Like that's. She turns out people. She's raising money. She's got more influence than the rest of them. Every time they poll, she's like one of the biggest stars in the party. Like she's probably not really much they could do to get rid of her, right?
Well, they tried, man. I tell you what, they went after big time, and she won the trial. So that was.
Did she? I never figured out what happened at the end. Did she end up winning it? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
She emerged victorious on that one. Who is the guy? I'm having a brain for his name. The kid from North Carolina who was in a wheelchair. That man, they went after him hardcore. And
again, Madison Cawthorn. Yeah. But see, the difference is he lost. Right, like, and in the end of the day, that's what ended Madison Cawthorn, right? Is that he lost the primary. Going after him like that, if he could have pulled out the numbers for the election, it wouldn't even matter.
Right, but the thing is, it was the establishment Republicans that went after him, not the Democrats. And
I see. Yeah.
That's the key difference, right? So from
he went after them in a way. Yeah. So even Marjorie Taylor Greene wasn't that stupid.
He called him out. Well, I mean, I give mad props, man. Like, he had the balls to call him out and be like, so you guys are having like coke and sex orgies. So
yeah, but he didn't have the leverage to call him out. He needed to wait. He needed like another term or two, right?
So here's what I would say that what happened to him proves that the media is on the side of the establishment, whether it's Republican or Democrat. Because if the media had actually investigated whether or not his positions were true, then he probably would have emerged victorious.
To be honest, it's like, I don't even think they had to, because the whole thing was like, nobody ever even said it wasn't, right? Like, they got mad as fuck at him, but even they weren't like, oh, how dare he say that? That's not true. And there, there's none. Everybody was just like, damn it, Madison. Damn it, Madison. Get out of here. God. You know what I'm saying? So like, I think you're right. Like, and also I think we talked about that, right?
I'm saying in his state, right? If the media had been all like, man, we have a representative who has the balls to call out corruption in whether it be Democrats or Republicans or both.
Oh, you mean calling attention to it like almost in a positive light, like, right.
Hey, they flushed it down and like
like making him more of a hero to the point that they couldn't afford to get rid of him like they did. Like, they just shunned him. They didn't even bother denying it, but then they just shunned him. And everybody's like, well, moving along. I totally see what you're saying.
I guarantee there was some phone calls made to the media, the different talking heads, and it was like, listen, we're just going to need you to, this scandal doesn't need to happen. And I'm sure there was some deal made, because otherwise, why would the media, why would reporters not investigate whether or not there are
I was just saying, bro,
and sex orgies going down with members of, like, let's think about this. Oh yeah, so Lindsey Graham and Chuck Schumer are like tag teaming hookers and snorting coke. Like, that's a scam. That should
I
be
can't think of much more better
clickbait, right?
Yeah,
but it never happened. It never happened. And then they flipped the script and were like digging up stuff from college where he was like having a three-way. And
They actually kind of pulled they kind of pulled their own like blame the whistleblower kind of campaign.
Exactly.
They were like, but Madison Cawthorn has been seen in women's underwear. It was like, is that really the story here? Like,
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're just, anyway, go ahead. Sorry, Slavic, go ahead.
I was going to say, you know what the biggest difference between the Republicans and Democrats is, don't you?
Color? I always think color,
No. A Republican will attempt to pass laws to help Republicans, even if it helps Democrats. Democrats will attempt to pass laws that hurt Republicans, even if it might hurt Democrats, because they just won't follow them anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to think like
neither are for the people.
Neither's for the people. Yeah, that's kind of my whole deal. I think one side is like just totally power crazed and willing to do whatever. This would be the Republicans. I think they're just so much more effective with power, but that's it. Like, they're just focused on power. And I think Democrats are focused on, I hate to say it, but kind of like, virtue signaling and like structure and like kind of, I hate to say it, like a holier than thou mentality. Like, hey guys, we'd love to do things for you, but we want to respect the process. Like, always just excuses, right? They just make excuses. I kind of just go like, oh, they're making excuses again, and ignore them. But to your point too, right? We've been talking the whole time about the open corruption, right? In the same way the media doesn't cover Cawthorn, to your point, they don't cover the corruption. They won't ever talk about it. Like, they'll talk about anything other than how much big money is buying up the government. So I think that also leans to the suggestion that, there's definitely more to it than meets the eye, because I'm constantly calling that out. Like, if you really, again, like if you're ignoring like dark money in politics, Republican sex orgies, I'm sorry, like you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to tell me that something's going on. I think that just seems reasonable. Like it seems to be what everybody's seeing play out in front of our eyes every day, right?
Or another thing is that they can't agree on anything, the Republicans and Democrats, except war. They're all about war, which is kind of ridiculous.
Honestly, like it seemed like the war in Ukraine was it was weird. It made me feel uncomfortable the way in which it was jumped on by the 24/7 news cycle, and I get that's what the 24/7 news cycle does. But
and what's interesting about
weird.
that 24-hour news cycle is all the things that they brushed under the rug, right? So like, why are the Democrats and the Republicans okay with funding the war in Ukraine and all this kind of making it a big deal, right?
Right.
Multiple things. Number one, it provides a awesome cover for the inflation issue and economic issues we're facing, because you hear it ad nauseum from Biden. Putin's inflation, and it's like, hey, I hate to break it to you, buddy, but before the war started, inflation was going through the roof before the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Number one. Number two, you guys, both Republicans and Democrats, had printed $10 trillion in 2 years. It's inevitable that inflation is going to happen. And that's not even taking into consideration all of the quantitative easing that's been going on since 2008.
Right. And it just seemed too like y'all are just too happy to not be talking about all the other things, especially the things that are going on here. And, to a lot of other people's point, there's stuff like this going on in the world every day. Right. And so, again, I'm not here to apologize for the war. Obviously, it's a terrible, terrible thing. What I'm just saying is it just feels like, again, like the smoke and mirrors, right? Like it's just the smoke and mirrors just makes it back to public trust, right? It just looks fishy. And when things look too fishy to too many people, it just undermines the integrity of the whole situation, right?
Well, in fun.
Do you know the war is more our fault than it is Putin's?
I believe that about a lot of situations with America. Again, I'm not. I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm not much of a patriot, right? So I think
if you look into it, though, we had a treaty with Russia that the countries that bordered Russia were not going to be in NATO. They were going to be a buffer zone between Russia and the NATO countries. We violated that treaty. Not only that, but on top of that, Ukraine basically has a Jewish person as the leader, and most of the influence are actual Nazis. And they have spent the past, 6 years trying to wipe out the Russian people that lived in Ukraine. Many people do not realize this. They've been at war in their country, trying to kill off the people with Russian background that lived in Ukraine.
Now, I've always understood that this was like kind of like a sort of a small, like radical kind of group. But to your point, there's a means by which you have to put yourself in sort of the situation. Imagine you're in a, foreign land, or you've, assimilated to a foreign place, right? And there's this, campaign against we're gonna get rid of all the American expatriates that are here, right? There's a situation where you say, wouldn't you expect the good old U.S. of A. to come do something about it, right? To which I'd have to say, of course, and then you gotta take that. So I have heard that, and I do think that even people who say like, oh, well, it's just a small group. I don't think it's about the size of the group, right? I think it's about them having some sort of justification to respond to the aggression.
Well,
I don't know what the size actually is, but I'm just saying I think it's definitely a compelling argument to a lot of people.
But you know how our news keeps throwing up about Crimea, about how Russia supposedly seized Crimea and everything. Do you realize that Crimea actually voted to become part of Russia? Crimea
No,
wanted
I
to be
didn't
part of
know
Russia.
that. I know LPP is trying to say something though.
Oh,
No,
sorry,
that's a good
LPP.
point. No, Slavic was trying to jump in and make a point a minute ago when you guys were.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Slavic.
I'm just saying that it's actually pretty much half the country, and they've been rooting out the Russian language out of the country, like making schools not teach it. News broadcasters can't speak Russian, so it was going on for a while.
Oh, almost like and almost like that sounds like ethnic cleansing. I think when we hear stuff like that going on, right? Like trying to erase people's heritage and culture and stuff like that.
That's what Russia's been saying the whole time. Is that it's some kind of anti like what is it called? It's not, they call it. It's a little bit different than ethnic cleansing, but it's something similar to that. But that's what they were saying.
Sure, yeah.
And they were trying to say,
I don't
NATO.
know these things, so I'm probably not using the right term. But yeah, that's what it made me think of when.
And
they were trying
to like Slavic's his family's from Ukraine, so he has family like in Ukraine right now.
Oh man, yeah. Sorry. I don't like. I think my life has changed just living through a pandemic, and the only thing I put up there with it, or maybe perhaps worse, right, is living through a war, and. I think no matter even if you just have heritage, like it affects everybody. But oh man, like it's just it's something I don't think. Of course, I've never lived through it, right? But I just think like it's a reality that I hate that it exists because it's so devastating.
Well,
like,
and I think a lot of people, people in the West, right? At least, well, let's talk America, right? Whether or not there's exaggeration on both sides of like what's going on in the Donbass region, Crimea, et cetera, here in America, I don't think the average American can truly comprehend the idea that like, oh, there could be in California or Washington or something, there could be, actually, let's go New Mexico, right? Let's say New Mexico. Like there's a bunch of gangs in New Mexico that have decided they're going to like exterminate or don't want people to speak Spanish anymore, something like that, some crazy stuff.
Right.
And then the northern state of Mexico decides that they're going to like try and help out the Hispanics in New Mexico, right? And like there's going to be a arrangement that goes on, right? And relationship, and obviously they're going to have corollary right there. But here in the States, we don't think that it would be possible that there might actually be a whole military organization that's running around like trying to, and there's like a war going on in one of our states. Right? Like we don't grasp that. Like that's so out to lunch for us, right? Versus there's been military conflict going on in the Donbass region since like 2014, I think. And I remember reading a thing on the United Nations website, and it was like that region no less than 14,000 people had been killed in like since 2014, right? So it's like but that doesn't mean that every other part of Ukraine was having that problem, right?
And it's such a to your point, it's such a conspicuous problem in the rest of the world. In the rest of the world, that's the norm, that they're insurgent groups, they get well organized and well armed. In many places in the world, it's almost easier for insurgency groups to overthrow a region than it is for the governments, right? Most of the world, the government's severely underfunded, undermanned, undergunned, under communication, everything. So when like gangsters rise up and like drug lords and they start recruiting 12-year-olds and putting AK-47s in their hands, you see what I'm saying? Like in most of the world, like that, oh, there's like this rebel group that makes everyone live in terror. Like to your point, it's something we never think about in America. And most of the world, it's almost an ever-present threat that could happen just because like it's Tuesday.
And most of that is CIA funded.
That's amazing because hey, we're talking about a lot of places where most of the people can't seem to get clean access to drinking water. But like I just said, the drug dealers somehow are getting AK-47s in the hands of 12-year-olds. So we won't get too much of it. It's got to come from somewhere.
Well, in line with the CIA aspect of the different things that were going on, it blew my mind. This is like March or April, I think, when the video came out of what's her face, I forget the woman from the CIA, where she's on video literally saying that they had been responsible for the installation of the past 2 presidents of Ukraine. And like they had straight up like manipulated to make it happen. Like she's on video saying this, right?
The color revolutions.
Yeah. And then the other thing that really got me was when it came out after the Russians captured some of them and we couldn't like hide it anymore. We admitted we had no less than 40 biological weapon research labs in Ukraine. And it's like paid for by us. And it's like, okay, so what are you guys really trying to cover up? Like, why?
Yeah, America's the dirtiest player in the game. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about it. And even it's like a lot of the image we seem to keep, right? It's really about control. Like the reason people don't mess with us isn't because they love America. It's because they can't afford the sanctions. They can't afford to lose the contracts. They can't afford to lose all the all the sort of dirty dealings we do, especially with our economic strength, and that's sort of like, we run the world. We do try to play that world police role. And I think a lot of times we do it more, you get a lot further with honey than with vinegar. So a lot of times it's to your point, it's influence, regulation, and money before it even gets to straight military might.
Well, and I agree with you. And here's why one of the reasons I'm very concerned about where things are heading. Are any of you guys, have you guys seen that the BRICS countries are currently working on a alternative reserve currency?
Yes.
What do you mean by alternative reserve currency?
Okay, so are you familiar with the dollar's reserve currency status?
No.
Okay. So, you know how like there's lots of countries like their currency is the dollar.
Like there's a conversion rate or whatever, but essentially the value of their.
Well, not just a conversion rate, but like there's lots of countries that like they've done away with their own currency and they just use dollars.
Oh, okay. You mean the dollar is the American dollar is actually their currency? I got you. Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
But beyond that, you have the petrodollar status, right? So everything about oil is priced in dollars and it's bought and sold and traded in dollars. That's one of the ways that as a fiat currency, we've been able to have that, that economic power you were talking about.
Right.
The reason we have that economic power is because the dollar is the primary reserve currency of the world.
It's very,
which means to get oil, you must buy dollars with your own currency, and then you can buy oil. And everybody needs oil.
Yeah, it's crazy. It makes me think of how like because of our dominance, like English social dominance, I would say, like English has become sort of the dominant language of say things like business and science. Like I'm a scientist, and I once went to Switzerland, and what blew my mind was like everybody else that was from all over the world had to. There's only like a couple Americans there had to do science in their second language, right? Because their first language was something else. But because I was the American and I happened to speak English, it was on everybody else to speak my language, not on me to speak theirs, right? And through no like, fault of my own, right? Just kind of the privilege that comes with the English speaking. And so what you're speaking is like sort of the economic version of everything being backed or using the dollar.
But you know why that happens? Do you know why that happens? Is because think about it this way. If the dollar, people have to buy the dollar, it picks up the dollar, so it keeps the currency really strong compared to other countries, right?
Right.
Now, another thing that holds it is because our interest rates in the United States is so low compared to other countries that it's worth people from other countries, big businesses, to borrow dollars.
Oh,
so it keeps our currency. Really strong.
Crazy. Okay.
And now what happens is, let's say the currencies dip in other countries. All those other people are like, oh shoot, I need to buy dollars to keep. I don't want to lose money because my currency is dipping. I'll just buy dollars, and that keeps it even higher. But what happens is if the dollar starts dipping, even though I don't know, some economical people say that it might not dip until like later on, and then it might fall apart.
The dollar, ironically, is like a 20-year high right now. It's
because of interest rates.
Correct. However, here's where things get, and this is why the point I was bringing out the BRICS. Okay, so BRICS countries are Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And they're actually working on bringing in Iran, and I think they made an offer to Australia too, but to join them. But they publicly have stated that they are working on a alternative reserve currency to replace the dollar as the reserve currency, and they're going to back it, instead of it being a fiat currency, it's going to be backed by gold and commodities. And
so who's pushing for this?
The BRICS countries: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa.
All right, Brazil, Russia, and you think they're pushing for this? Would this replace the dollar, or would this come secondary to the dollar as the backup?
Well, they're
secondary
wanting,
for now.
they're wanting it to be a direct alternative. Now, here's where it gets interesting. So, going back to Bretton Woods, which, by the way, Ray just did a super chat on this, and he's making a very good point. Says Bretton Woods is why the dollar must be used to buy oil, but it's crumbling 100%. So let me back that up. So Bretton Woods, post World War II, Saudi Arabia, which is was the major player, obviously, in oil, and the United States made a deal that Saudi Arabia would always price its oil in dollars, and that was kind of like the foundation of it. Oh, and the deal was the dollar would be backed in gold, right? Well, fast forward to Nixon, and even though the dollar was supposedly backed in gold, I forget the leader of France at the time, but he sent a boat over. He basically suspected that there actually wasn't enough gold to back all the money that was being printed. So he literally packed big ships full of dollars, sailed them across the Atlantic, showed up in New York, and was like, I want to trade these bills for real gold. Well, guess what? They couldn't give him the gold. They didn't have it. So right after that is when Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard, and we became a total fiat currency backed by nothing but the full faith and credit of the United States, right? The
army.
Well, yeah.
And you will take these dollars.
Exactly. Okay, so all right, so let's go back to where we are right now. Okay, so China and Saudi Arabia are currently negotiating a deal where Saudi Arabia will sell China oil in the yuan, not the dollar. Nigeria, which is the second largest oil producer in the world, has already begun to sell their oil in other currencies other than the dollar. There's multiple other. Have you followed the whole issue what's going on in Europe with their gas problem with Russia? Have you followed any of that?
No. Also, just a little notice. I'm going to have to head out in about 5 minutes or so. Hate to cut this off, but I'm going to listen for a few more minutes. And if it takes a couple minutes longer than that to wrap this up, that'll be fine. I just didn't want to dip suddenly on you guys. But,
go ahead. I'll keep it real quick. So short.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead. Don't rush yourself.
We cut, at the behest of the United States, we cut Russia off from the SWIFT banking system, which means that they can't do transactions in dollars. Because it doesn't matter if they have the money, we won't let them use it. So
and they confiscated a bunch of money too.
650. Yeah, we also seized $650 billion they had in foreign banks.
reserves too.
Why?
Well, over the whole Ukraine, supposedly it was justification for the whole Ukraine thing. Now, here's where it gets very interesting.
Oh, okay.
So we cut them off the SWIFT system, but Europe gets about 60% of its freaking hydrocarbons from Russia. Okay, so dumbasses in the European Union were like, oh well, Russia's just going to cave. Well, Russia said F you and literally shut down the pipelines into Europe and was like, you could pay us in freaking rubles, bitch. You literally won't let us have access to dollars. You stole a bunch of our dollars. And if you want this to keep coming, you're going to pay us in rubles. Well,
wow.
They initially started refusing. Multiple countries, like the Germany, all these guys talked to big game. The European Union, talked to big game. Well, all these countries
till
were
the price changes
we ain't got
hit.
no gas, baby. We
till the price
gas.
changes hit. Yeah.
So countries have started to cave, right? Well, then they started to get very creative and be like, well, they'll transfer their money to they'll do a currency swap and then have somebody else transfer the money in rubles to Russia.
I see.
Yeah. Rubles, but they're just having to jump through hoops. So
more dark money.
Directly paying you in rubles, but ultimately you get your money.
Sure.
But now India just made a deal with Russia as well to pay in for a bunch of stuff in rubles. So anyway, very long story short, what was happening is the whole petrodollar status, which is the only reason that we are the reserve currency of the world while everybody is like freaking out about it. All it takes is there to be a paradigm shift from the dollar as a petrodollar status to something else, and the United States is done economically. Like we have, I mean, you think about our debt, right? We got 31, almost $32 trillion in debt, right? Our GDP is produced, like 70% of it is produced from services and consumer consumption, not production, right? We're not building anything. We eat stuff, right? Yeah. So what's our value proposition other than the petrodollar status? What is our value proposition on the macro level if there's an alternative?
Yeah, and you know what's interesting too? I'm a big pro wrestling fan, right? And this reminds me of like the battle royals, right? A lot of time, it's battle royals, it's like 30 wrestlers, right? And they're gonna throw them over the top, and only one guy's gonna win, right? And a lot of times, the big giants always win the battle royals because they just toss everybody over. But a lot of times, if you don't want the big giant to win, right, it's like all the little guys kind of gang up and they realize, look, I'm not saying I'm not throwing you over the top or you over the top or you over the top, but why don't we all get together and throw the big guy over the top first and then fight amongst ourselves? And so I'm saying, like, you can flex your muscle as the U.S. a couple of times, but even something like this, right, that shift to Russia, people realize, like, oh, yeah, those U.S. sanctions hit pretty hard, but then we had to pay Russia, and in the end, like, Russia just gained more economic influence. It's like eventually they start to think, well, yeah, what if the U.S. did that to us, right? Like, what if we felt we had to, like, defend our territory and something, and we're next on the U.S.'s list or whatever? They start to think, hey, maybe we should switch this to something else, right? And they're all like, hey, I'm not saying you get to be the next world power. I'm just saying maybe it shouldn't be the dollar, right? And when they start to scratch their heads together,
Yep. Well, and you have to think about it too when you factor in the BRICS nations, right? You're accounting for almost 50% of the population of the freaking planet.
320 billion, I think.
That's ridiculous.
The America, our entire population is what 330 million, right? So you've got over 4 billion people, right, between the BRICS countries versus 330 million. From a macro view, economically, who has greater purchasing power in the big picture? Oh wait, that would be 50% of the freaking world. Right? And then you factor in the like China has been making massive moves in Africa economically. So they're trying to create this whole like trade consortium, including like all the African countries, right? So you think about this in terms of if you have Africa, which is 2.2 billion, right, all combined. India is like what 1.4 billion, I think. China, 1.3 billion for India, 1.4 for China, and then Brazil's 300 and something, like pretty close to us. I think around 300 million. So I'm not sure what the numbers are in South Africa, but anyway, my point is that you have a gigantic economic powerhouse when you factor in all those countries together, and then when you look at the implosion of the European Union economies. I mean, they're tanking left and right.
Right. Did you hear what happened with the gas pipes, like recently? Well,
no. Go ahead.
Germany has.
I got a little bonus time.
Yeah, so Germany has kept making waves and telling Russia that like we have to kind of quit. We have to find an alternative. So Russia said, "Oh, we actually need to put our pipes on maintenance. We'll be turning it off for 2 weeks, like completely." So I don't know. It's coming up 2 weeks.
Well, also there was just an announcement in Germany that they authorized landlords to regulate heat,
hot water,
hot water too.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. Hang on a sec. Did you guys want to chime in on that super chat? I want to help you get your donations in there, man. You want to pull that up?
Yeah.
What are you guys thinking about this? I don't know much about the Navy, but I'm going to say thanks for donating to this very interesting broadcast. Yeah, what do you guys think about that? Our Navy is still strong. We have very few cards left to play.
Well,
I don't know. The problem is that the Russians have the hypersonic missiles that nobody has yet, which is kind of scary.
Yep. And take out a carrier.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't believe nobody else has them.
Maybe they do, but like nobody's showing them off yet.
Well, China has, but Russia is further ahead of them. Russia is by far, I mean, our own Pentagon admits that theirs are like, we don't have what they've got. That's their one advantage, right? And I tell you the other thing is, Russia just announced they were activating. I forget which specific submarine it is. They have one that's specifically set up to be able to do like a nuclear explosion to create a freaking radioactive tidal wave. I kid you not, right?
Oh yeah,
and
that new one.
Part of the reason that that was activated was apparently right now in the United Kingdom there's 10,000 Ukrainians being trained for war and to be sent back, like supplied and sent back.
Wow.
And what's crazy about that to me is Russia had already stated that if this kind of thing happened, this would be a justification for them to run your. Hey, England, you're an island, buddy. Like, we got our subs sitting out here. We can just detonate this sucker.
And then that becomes a country we can't stay neutral, right? If somebody attacks somebody like the UK or whatever, aren't we too? We're too deeply in bed with these guys.
Well, with NATO. But speaking of that, I tell you the other thing. You were making. I think Steve was making the point earlier about. The original treaty was that we couldn't have NATO allies directly on the border, right? Well, right. Lithuania is one of those countries on the border that we gave NATO status to, right? However, there's a little chunk, Kaliningrad is a little chunk of Russia that's on the other side of Lithuania, right? Well, at the behest of the European Union, Lithuania shut off all the trains that normally come from Russia into Kaliningrad, and said, "Oh, you can't come through anymore." They shut down their supplies. Well, what they shut down is one of like the biggest military bases and like huge, I mean, tons of military action there. They said, "Oh wait, you can't touch your own military. You can't supply your own." Little
right, because of the supply line, right.
So, but they're a NATO nation, right? Or sorry, yeah. So it's like,
goodness. But
Russia's straight up been like, just gonna let you know, we can run you over, and if you don't let us have access to our own territory, it's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, see our motivation for starting this in the beginning, in the first place, right? Like they're like, do y'all not see that we're not messing around when it comes to that sort of thing?
They're like, we're not. You guys are gonna keep our people hostage. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, basically.
And I don't want anybody to think that I'm just like defending Russia out the wazoo and all this.
Right. You're
stuff.
just trying to be realistic.
This is like let's get whether or not you agree or disagree with it with Putin and his justifications for what he's doing doesn't change the fact that Western countries are doing, it's like they're doing everything in their power to try and cause dramatic retaliation from Russia.
They want to start World War III or something. I don't know. But you know what? You just reminded me of that. I forgot about that bomb that they made about the Poseidon missile, whatever it's called. I forgot that they did it. And it reminds me of Revelation when it says there's a star that fell into the ocean that caused 1/3 of ships to sink, 1/3 of the sea creatures to die. I was like, oh shoot, maybe it's one of those, a star, a nuclear explosion that looked almost like a star.
You know what I'm saying? It's actually kind of interesting to think about it like that. That like we've got these man-made things that are literally on par, right, comparable to some kind of like intergalactic event, right? Because that's an extinction level event if we get hit by a space rock of the right size and velocity. You know what I mean? And then to think that that's comparable to the damage that we can do with these things. I mean, this is crazy. Guys, I got to get out of here or else I'll be here into like the wee hours of the morning or something. This has been super fun. I got two.
Welcome back anytime.
Yeah, I got 2 channels, Pocket Locker 86, Jay Bundy. Feel free to check me out. LPP, I want to hit you up. I want to interview you on one of my other shows with my friend Hot Program. I'd love to see the rest of you. I'll try to reach out. I definitely subscribed and turned on notifications, and I hope to see you guys soon. And like I said, I might reach out and set something up. I'd like to interview more of you guys, have some more conversations. You guys have been truly engaging and really kind and explaining a lot to me. And I really feel like I got a lot out of this. Thank you guys so much.
You're welcome, man. Great to see you. And tell me your channel names again, real quick, so I can.
Pocket Locker 86 and Jay Bundy, Jay first name, Bundy last name. I do most of my like live shows on Jay Bundy, and then Pocket Locker 86. I do like streams and stuff throughout the week. All right, guys. Hopefully, I'll see you guys soon. Thank you guys again so much for having me on. Appreciate it.
All
right,
take it easy. Nice to have you.
Take care, everybody. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but like the more I think about the stuff that's going on in the world, man, it seems like Revelations was written, you know, straight up telling us the future. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, it's getting pretty amazing at this point. All the things that are just happening in plain sight and does not require that much creativity and imagination to be like, I could totally see how that's reasonable to conclude. You know, like, what would it take for XYZ to happen? Oh, wait, we've got that technology already, and we could destroy ourselves that easily.
It's pretty.
But there's like this arrogant authoritarianism that just popped up, I don't know, during COVID or after. I mean, whether it's Biden's dementia or ESG, especially Germany. You're looking at Germany and it's like, what are you guys doing? I mean,
the whole European Union, like, what the flip?
Yeah, and over here, and you know, we took Exxon out of the Dow and put in Shopify, and hey, you know, we're thinking about suing the oil companies, and they left them out of the COP conference. And now our refineries are running at 96%. And it's like none of this makes any sense.
Yeah, I heard that Germany will, if they don't get gas, they will have to shut down like all their auto manufacturing, the glass manufacturing.
Yeah.
They're telling people to start recycling glass bottles because they don't have enough to go around or something like that.
Yeah,
there was a beer company.
I mean, Switzerland just announced to all their people, like, "Hey, prepare for blackouts." I mean, it's happening across Europe. They're like, "Oh, we're like 60% of our energy is like vanishing. What are we going to do about this? This is actually happening. We didn't think that Putin was actually going to do that. Oh crap! You know, like this is where they're at now. I mean, I don't know if y'all saw this, but like end of last week, or maybe it was the very beginning of this week, the European Union announced that coal and fossil fuels were now green.
Yeah, green nukes and natty is green now. I mean, well, nukes are, but natty.
Oh yeah, nuclear power and fossil and coal. I think we're now like considered green energy, and I'm like, so you guys shut these things down because they were going to end. It was going to be the end of the world, and now you're turning them back on because you realize that all your renewables are not going to solve this problem.
And the funny thing is that it doesn't matter. The coal still comes from, a lot of it comes from Ukraine, Russia, from Kazakhstan. They still buy from there.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, and that's the irony, man. Like the other thing, like, we're banning all, what was it? I think they banned all ship-borne fossil fuels, I think, from Russia.
Yeah, some kind of specific crude products they banned.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane, man. At this point, well, here's the other thing. Have you guys been following? The reason I'm about to bring this up is I think the globalists are trying to implode Europe because whether it be from war or economically. Because have y'all been following the madness going on in Holland right now over the farmers and such?
Yeah, it just blew up in Albania and Macedonia or something this evening too.
Yeah, but do you know why though? I mean, I knew it was something. I knew it was like shutting down farms and stuff. What they want to do, and it's going to go into effect next year, is they've decided that the number of cows that are going to be allowed is going to be reduced by 30%. So your options are you can kill them.
It's madness.
And then the following year, it's another 30%. So basically, within the next 3 years, they want to reduce the total number of allowed cattle by 50%.
I wonder if it's because they use gas to kill the cows there, And because they have a shortage of gas, maybe that's why they're reducing the cows.
Well, no, the reason they're reducing it is because the cows fart too much. There's too much methane. So,
right.
Did you see the farmers stole the Prime Minister's private jet?
Did they really? I didn't see that.
Yes.
That's awesome. I saw them dumping manure on his house.
Yes.
That was epic. But I mean, think about this though. If you're straight, and by the way, the reduction in that was going to equal, I think, around somewhere between 30 to 50% of all the farms having to be shut down.
Oh my.
And I mean, think about that. What would happen here in the United States if the government made some arbitrary decision that over the next 3 years, 50% of the farm land in the United States is going to be shut down? And legally, you are not going to be allowed to operate your farm. I mean, we would be in a revolution, right? And sorry, go ahead.
No. It just none of this makes any sense. I mean, it's like you look at, a year ago, the globalist agenda, and I'm like, yeah, maybe kind of, but then it's like now it's like, good grief, this is madness. I mean, they're either evil or incompetent, and I don't.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. I agree with you on the evil part, but I would also agree that the low level, bureaucrats are incompetent idiots for like complying with this stuff. Mm-hmm. But the higher level totalitarians are brilliant because their objective is to reduce the population to no more than 500 million of the planet. So, I mean, if you reduce the amount of food output dramatically, people die by default. Like, there's no way around this.
And they'll give up their freedoms too.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one more crisis to save us from.
Did you guys see those Georgia Guidestones get blown up?
I did.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
That's so funny. I mean,
only the English one got blown up, but then for some reason they removed the evidence very quickly.
Yep, they came and like bulldoze it, which was interesting. You would think that like a detonation like that would justify like an FBI investigation, heavy hardcore forensics to try and get evidence. No. You're going to try to tell me that bulldozers didn't contaminate the crime scene?
And isn't it that no one knows who owns the land or something like that? They just showed up, or
well, I think it finally got investigated, and like Ted Turner was one of the funders of it, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
So it wasn't the Georgia Guidestones? It was somewhere else?
No. We're talking about Georgia Guidestones. But I'm saying Ted Turner, I think, was one of the funders.
Oh yeah.
Of it.
I thought. Okay, yeah, because I thought it was the Georgia Guidestones that got blown up. Yeah, that's funny. I don't know. To be honest, to me it seems like they are now either they're primed to world domination. You guys know that song, right?
Mm-hmm.
From Weird Al. Aluminum foil.
Uh-huh.
That one's hilarious.
I have almost all of his songs.
If LVP, if you haven't seen it, you got to look up Aluminum Foil by Weird Al. It's kind of funny. It's a parody song, but it's hilarious.
I love some Weird Al, man. He did some great stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I tell you what, we're observing the end of the freaking world in real time, like it's coming at us in real time. I mean, it's like, and I say into the world as we know it, right? Yeah. Because as we were talking about earlier, the diesel problem, the DEF, the diesel engine oil,
baby
formula, the fertilizer, like all these different things. It's like, how can all of this possibly be happening at the same time? Like somehow the world economy has managed to overcome all sorts of catastrophes for a long time. And now we're just like melting down on a global level, right? Like, oh, country A could be melting down, but everybody else will be fine, right? No. Like it's the entire world is melting down. And if the major economic players are in deep doo-doo, how do you possibly expect us to overcome this without, complete implosion? I'm not saying we can't recover and there can't be Phoenix rising from the ashes and all that fun jazz, but there's going to be mass chaos in the not too distant future, I would predict. Hopefully I'm wrong, but it seems pretty.
No, I can't. It's like it's what Peterson called ideological possession. And I don't know, just even if it's not evil, just the sheer incompetence. It's just, I think there's martial law in Peru now, Sri Lanka. They tried the ESG thing there with no fertilizer.
Well, Sri Lanka got overthrown today.
Yeah. They're all playing in the pool of the Capitol building, or the president's palace.
Did you see the video of them like going through his clothes? And
no,
I kid you, I'm pretty sure it looked like there was a giant bag of Coke on the prime minister's like dresser.
Oh, I can only imagine.
Because they're like holding up different things and pulling up, and then you can see in the background, you can see this giant white bag, and like you could see some of it smeared on the like top of the dresser. And
Tony Montana style.
I wonder if he was like trying to snort a giant rail and then realized like, oh, I'm about to get run over. And there's like another video of him like escaping and like getting on a boat or something to leave the country. And yeah, but the stuff of them swimming in his pool was hilarious. I was cracking.
I actually haven't seen I haven't been watching news much, but the sad part is that overthrowing it, that government ain't gonna change much for the people, because they got screwed a lot earlier than today.
Yeah.
They've been robbed, and that's the problem with even something that happens here in the U.S. Overthrowing the government won't change the problem, because you got to plan for food a lot earlier. Growing seasons don't just pop out of nowhere.
Yep, you are 100% right.
And then Neon, that plant, they were fighting over Mariupol, I think it was, a steel plant. That I think one of the things.
Oh, yeah. The Azov battalion was in the plant. But you want to hear something kind of crazy about that plant?
Go for it.
In I think Mariupol, they had a plant that produced jet engines.
And Neon.
But that jet engines were sold to Russia for their helicopters. So then the Russians just brought the engines back with them. Anyway, that's a joke. No, but that happened. And guess who was involved with selling that to Russia? Supposedly, there was documents they found when everything was getting bombed over there. The agents were running. Okay, take this with a grain of salt, because I'm not sure exactly if this is exactly correct. But the people that were selling the jet engines to Russia, that was the production of the jet engines for Russia, they had ties to the actual Ukrainian government. So it was pretty high up there. They knew that this was happening. I mean, they were already kind of knowing that the Russia was backing that part of Ukraine. Still, they were trying to make money. So it kind of makes no sense.
Yeah, it's one of the most corrupt countries in the world.
Yeah. Well, where I was mentioning Crimea earlier, that they had voted to be part of Russia. One of the things that happened shortly after they became part of Russia is there was a water channel that was man-made off from a river in Ukraine that diverted water to get water to Crimea. And after they became part of Russia, the Ukrainians went in there and actually blew up that water channel to deprive them of water.
Yeah, they flipped that back on when they once the Russians captured that part of in the south there.
It was actually in the northern part of Ukraine. It was like Donbass, but it was a little bit north of that, and they just buried that. They didn't blow it up, because they just buried the whole thing. And when they just captured it, I don't know, it was not that long ago, they had a whole video of them undigging it and let the water flow down that channel.
I'm thinking of something else then.
No, it's the same place, the same thing.
Is it? There was one though. They had built it. Maybe it was in this anyway. Yeah.
They did build a bridge before that to pump water from Russia to that area. But then they finally, when they actually started this campaign, they actually undug it. But the whole point is that, to be honest, with all these crises happening all at once, it's kind of hard to believe that it's incompetence. It seems like it's purposely made to cause the most amount of chaos, and most people are asleep. They don't realize the danger we're in.
Yeah.
I tell some of my family and people, I'm like, yo, Just get some food, put it aside. Don't worry about it. It's gonna, you're not gonna. And they're like, yeah, but for what? Like, we're fine. Everything's fine and stuff. I'm like, I don't know.
Well, I'm convinced that I blame Instacart for so many people's ignorance.
That's
because there is and I'd say it kind of as a joke, but also in somewhat seriousness, right? So there is a lot of people who have not been to a grocery store in 2 years. And
I've seen that more and more. Yeah,
they have. And I'm bashing Instacart, but like Instacart, Shipt, all those different like grocery delivery companies, right? Because of their existence, huge numbers of people have not been following, like from their own personal perspective. They might have seen the cost go up or whatever from their orders and stuff, but they're not like personally observing the ridiculous changing in price, right? And the reduction in brand options and all that kind of stuff that have happened over the last 2 years, right? Like I was getting groceries the other day, and I noticed that in the canned vegetables aisle, right? It used to be the entire lane was all on both sides of that aisle, right? Were canned veggies, right? It's now only on one side. And doesn't go all the way to the end. And all sorts of brands that I remember seeing over the years, right, are just gone, right? Just no longer carried. And I'm using veggies as an example, but I mean, like, what freaked me out about it a little bit was up until recently, I hadn't noticed a shortage of veggies, like canned veggies, right? Sometimes it'd be sold out of one or two things, but it wasn't like I wasn't seeing a massive reduction in overall options. If that makes sense. I'd seen on, crackers and other things. Yeah, I've seen a reduction, but not on canned veggies. I'm like, okay, if canned veggies are getting low, that's a problem. But it also inspired me to look at the Best Buy dates. And so I was kind of looking around, getting curious, and it became extremely obvious to me all of a sudden. I was like, oh, crap. I'm seeing similar Best Buy dates to stuff that I bought last year when I first started stocking up. So clearly what's being stocked in the grocery store right now is stuff from the previous, like from a much earlier round, not from, last year's harvest. It's from the year before's harvest. Cause I'm seeing the same, expiration date as the stuff from those times, which obviously couldn't have been from last year's because they were already canned, right? So they must have been from a previous year. Okay, let's think about this for a second, right? And then factoring what we talked about tonight of we're expecting to have much lower yields this year. Yeah. That's a freaking problem, man. I mean, think about okay, yeah, they're out of chips and cookies and stuff. Oh, maybe we'll lose some weight, right? If you're running out of like canned veggies, that's a problem. That's a real problem to be something
John,
worry about. Go ahead.
There is one thing I would suggest whoever wants to have something that they can use and it will last for like over 25 years, no problem. It takes a little bit of prep for it. What I mean by prep is that you got to freeze it before you put it away. So on Amazon, they sell whole wheat berries. That's what I think is what it's called, whole wheat berries. And there's white and red.
Yep.
But before you put them away, you got to freeze them for like 4 days just to make sure that you kill all the mites. And then you can just grind them and make wheat flour out of it, whole wheat.
Yeah, you can do it in your blender.
Yeah. And it's super healthy for you, a lot more healthy than the regular flour because it has all the amino acids and everything in it. And if you don't blend it, you just leave it in the, after you freeze it, you can just put it in a Mylar bag with a vacuum seal, throw it into your pantry, and it can lay there for over 25 years, no problem. Throw one of those like air absorbers or whatever in there too.
Yep.
Yeah, and that stuff can lay for 25 years, no problem. And just take I told my wife I actually bought some already. I just haven't properly split it. I gotta split it up into gallon bags, or actually 2 gallon bags. In Mylar, freeze them, throw them onto my shelves, and let them sit there. Because you just take the 2 gallon, get a little grinder, electric one, grind it up, boom, you have fresh flour, and it's a lot healthier too. So it's a win-win situation.
Beans and rice, dried beans and
rice. Beans, they don't last that long. Beans can last for maybe a year to 2 years, and then they become so hard.
That's the problem there. You can the pressure cooker.
Yeah. Rice,
beans you have to parboil.
See, look, this is the issue with beans. If you boil them, the only way you can kind of get them to be softened is if you let them grow a little bit. But if they get too old, a lot of them will stop growing. So that, you let them grow, you wet them and let them sit for a while, and they start growing. And right when they start growing, they actually become soft, and then you can cook them. But if you get rice or that, those flour, that stuff can sit for years and no problem.
Yeah, well, when I was a kid, we used to harvest beans, and we'd sit there and we would just dry them and store them, and we had some that were like 7, 8 years old. All we had to do was throw them in a pot of water and let them sit for like 24 hours and then cook them up.
Yeah, that's what they usually do, is they let them grow a little bit and then you cook them. But a lot of them will stop growing if they're sitting for too long. Yeah, 2 years, they can still probably be fine. But anything past 2 years, 2.5 years, it become like, even if you boil them and stuff, they're still hard. It's hard to chew on them.
Well,
I mean,
where I'm at on the bean stuff, like I got a bunch of canned beans, and I've got I got like 100 pounds of dried pinto beans, and I don't know, like 25 pounds of black beans. But the way I look at it is, we're gonna know really freaking quick if where things are going. I think by this winter, we're gonna know if we need to be freaking out or not. And
yeah, this winter's gonna get real interesting.
I'm buying myself a wood burner. I'm gonna stick it in my house because I have propane in my house, and last year I was paying $1.75 per gallon for the propane, and it was costing me almost $600 a month and a half. And now they just told me the price is $2.25. So I'm like, sheesh, I gotta buy some wood and.
Yeah, well, I have oil with a propane backup.
How much is the oil? Is it cheaper?
Well, oil, generally we would go through about 300 gallons of oil in a winter.
Mm-hmm.
And oil was probably about $2.75 a gallon. It's now like $6 a gallon.
Oh, wow. Yeah, my brother has some kind of like shop oil burner. It burns like motor oil, and he just uses. We got like trucks, semi trucks. They just collect all the oil throughout the year, and then by the by the winter we have probably like, I don't know how much gallons. That's my parents' house. They have like, I don't know how much, maybe like one of those totes, a full tote. I don't know if you guys know the size of those. It's like the size of a pallet.
Yep.
Like
you put fish in them in Alaska.
Yeah. So with the big cap on top. Yep. But yeah, I'm telling you, you guys got. I tell everybody, get something put away, you won't regret it. And the reason. Go ahead.
No, finish your point. You're making a good point.
I'm just saying, you put it away and then just start using it, and then when you're done with the replenish it. It's better than hoping the stores won't go bare.
Exactly, man. That's in line exactly with what I was about to say, man. It's like, kind of my point about we'll know by this winter if we need to be worried is like, you know what? If you're buying stuff doesn't have short shelf life, even if the shelf life's only a year or two, within a year or two, we're going to know if we're going to be starving or not, Yep. And if it looks like it's good, well, guess what? You don't have to go to the grocery store for a while. And even if we're not like, there's no food to be had and there's still food available. I mean, the price of food is not going down for probably at least the next 2 years. So
exactly.
It's going to probably go, it might, maybe it'll just flatline and won't go up anymore, but it sure as hell is not going down. So buy stuff now. And if you got to start eating it and it's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to save myself. I'm not going to the grocery store this month. Sweet.
I do have a caution for people with cans though. You know how you can get the cans that have the pull and peel tops to them now, even like veggies and whatnot. If you're doing long-term storage, don't trust those.
That's true. Or eat them first.
Yeah, well, or yeah, what I'm saying is don't trust them for long-term storage. If it's, it's a heavy-duty can that you have to have a can opener to open, it has a much better seal than those pull and peels, because I've gotten cans out of people's trailers that I've been feeding them to the chickens, and I've noticed that I have to be very careful with the pull and peel cans because they have a much higher incidence of the stuff inside of them being bad.
Oh, wow.
I opened a can of carrots and the whole inside of it was moldy.
Oh, wow.
Well, and you also have to factor in high acidic things like tomatoes, for example. They don't go bad really quick, but they can eat the coating off of the inside of the can, which is a known carcinogen.
Yep.
Yeah, and start growing a little garden. We this year we did plant a little, like 3 flower beds, like 8 by 4. Yeah, but it's pretty nice. Got my own tomatoes.
Many places are starting or have already forbidden collecting rainwater for use, like in gardens and whatnot, and places are already starting to forbid gardens.
Yeah, I read about some of that stuff, and I'm like, back to what we've been talking about. Is just like coordinated extermination, right? So wait a minute, let me get this straight. We know there's a food shortage. The government says there's going to be a food shortage, and then you're going to not let me grow food to help prevent myself from suffering from a food shortage. Huh. That doesn't make any sense unless you want me to have to come beg you for food. Then it would make total sense if that's your objective.
Controlled demolition.
Yep.
And paying farmers not to grow crops. Don't forget that one.
Well, not only did they pay them not to grow, they also paid to plow under ones they did grow. That's what amazed me. Like, okay, fine, don't plant. But then once you've done it and it's time to harvest, oh wait, we'll give a bunch of money if you don't harvest. I mean, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the same thing with the cow and pig shortage, and chickens now too. That stuff's so artificially created, man. I mean, let's shut down schools, restaurants, and hotels, which account for about 50% of the demand for dairy. I mean, like, what are the farmer or the dairy farmers going to do? Oh, they're going to dump the milk out on the ground. We saw that for a while, right? And then it was, I got to stop. I'm hemorrhaging money feeding all these cows that nobody buys the milk they produce. So what they did, they killed who knows how many dairy cows.
Mm-hmm.
Remember due to the shutdown, how the chickens didn't get harvested on schedule, so they got too large for the equipment, so they butchered them all and just disposed of them.
Yep. And now we've had so far this year over 40 million chickens have been culled because of supposed bird flu or avian flu, whatever the term for it. I mean, 40 million chickens. Come on, man. And I saw it was we just crossed 4 million turkeys have been exterminated as well.
I bet you could still eat a chicken with avian flu.
Probably.
I have no idea.
Well, but here's the other thing, though. The chickens were having to be killed if one chicken in the vicinity of your farm was diagnosed as having it. So, like, we did a test. This one bird has bird flu. Therefore, every chicken in XYZ miles is going to be killed. I mean, it's just off the charts at this point. You're removing it. Well, and we also have to factor in not just the short-term shortage, but the long-term shortage. Especially on like cows, 18 months to go from calf to full size, right? Pigs is like 10 months, I think. Yep. Chickens are what, somewhere between like 4 to 6 months, something like that.
Yeah.
No, actually, it's more like 7 to 10 months, I think.
7 to 10.
At least until they'll lay eggs.
Okay. So I guess young chickens are probably for eating, but for eggs, obviously, you got to be older. And I mean, who wants to just only eat young chickens all the time, right? You prefer to eat a full grown. So let's say 7 to 10 months. So best case scenario, you're looking at what, next spring or early, let's say February probably of next year for turnaround time for chickens, March for pigs, assuming we're starting right now. And then December or January 2024 for cows. Best case scenario.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
If the feed supplies don't get interrupted.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's assuming.
Problem.
Right. I'm saying that's assuming best case scenario, right? Which obviously we're not dealing with best case scenario. So, man, because the feed short. I tell you, the other thing that's been getting me is all the railroads refusing to transport grain and fertilizer. I mean, just straight up. Oh yeah, we no longer transport these two things. I mean, okay, so how does it get moved? I mean,
we only had like 2 fertilizer plants in the United States, didn't we? And the largest one mysteriously blew up.
I didn't know it was only 2, but I did. Yeah, I mean, they've been being damaged, and it's not just here in the States. Like, they've been blowing up around the world. Same thing with the food plants. Like, come on, man.
That's why you got to get to know some of your local farmers. Like my mom just went to the Amish people that we get food from. We just got a pig from there. I mean, you got to get your hands dirty a little bit, but other than that, I had to go help out with my mom's. My brother actually went to the Amish people and they prepped the pig for transport. We had but yeah, that's what they did in Ukraine all the time. So it kind of.
Yeah, well, according to Revelation, half the population is going to die within that 7-year period.
Yep.
I think it's 1/3.
There's 2 sections in it. A quarter of the population dies, and then 1/3 of the remaining dies in another section of it.
Maybe I don't remember.
So that totals half the population.
Yeah, the pale horse is the quarter, and I was talking about this the other night. I mean, I think the black horse is riding at us as we speak.
Yeah, it's inflation.
And the pale horse is lined up right behind him because, I mean, think about when you look at the excess deaths, right? So I don't know if y'all saw the report, but the life insurance company that came out with their payouts increased 163%.
Yes.
I mean, that's nuts, man. 163% increase. Woo!
We can't say what causes that, though.
Yeah, that's verboten. No, yeah, I talked to a broker in December, and he was like, my wife's dad had passed, and they were trying to do some things there, and he was like, man, we've had this huge increase of people, dying, and it's going to take a while for us to get his accounts sorted out. And I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's true. Maybe you guys know something about this. I heard that either the European Union or somebody there, some kind of agency, is telling them that they want to recall all the vaccines. Is that true or not? Did you guys hear anything about that? I heard it somewhere.
I think there was one they were recalling, but that was a while back. I didn't heard anything.
I heard something about that. It's in the European Union, not in the U.S.
Yeah, it was over there.
There was one that was recalled, and in most of the world, actually, they don't recommend the vaccine unless you're at risk or like over age 60. Except the United States, we give it to 6-month-olds and up now.
Yeah, there's a bunch of countries that have banned it completely for anybody under 30, like under 30 and under, banned completely.
And I heard
that's weird.
The play with getting to administer to 6 years old or whatever was a liability issue with regulations. Once they did that, then they were free and clear.
Did y'all see a couple days ago? It was ruled in Austria, that doctors can be held liable for vax damages.
Really?
No, I did not see that.
I'm like, hang on. So you guys mandated it and passed a law that you would go to jail if you didn't take it, and now you're going to prosecute the doctors. Interesting. And to me, it seems like they're getting ready to eat. The politicians are getting ready to eat the doctors. From a proverbial sense, right? Like they know that it's about to come and get them, so they're looking for a scapegoat. They're going to blame the doctors. Well, the doctors told us it was fine. you know? And it's like, well, you told me I was going to lose my license. You're going to put me in prison if I didn't do it. So I did. And now you're going to tell me
it's never
fault?
Big Pharma's fault.
Well, of course not. Okay, so so Kelvy in chat says, I heard there's a new strain with superpowers. So it's interesting. There is a new strain that they've identified that is doing, guess what? It's getting deep into the lungs rather than being an upper respiratory infection. And Dr. Gert, what is his name? I'm very brain freeze on his name. But probably 4 or 5 months ago, there's a researcher who's been calling out the negative effects of doing vaccines during a pandemic. He actually predicted that, from based on what he was seeing, that the next mutation, and was what he was very, very worried about, was going to keep it from, or stop it from being an upper respiratory, and it's going to go deep into the lungs. And when that happens, the fatality rate will skyrocket. And well, the mutation has happened. It's going to the lungs, and the hospitalization rates, I don't know about the death rates yet, but the hospitalization rates have skyrocketed like 30% in Europe, like in these different countries where it showed up in Europe. And so I'm keeping my fingers crossed that he is wrong, because the way he was talking about it, of like, if this happens, we're going to see serious problems. However, for us purebloods, there was a study that just came out that natural immunity has 97% effectiveness.
Surprise, surprise.
And almost all of the ones that are currently getting sick from it are the vaccinated.
Oh yeah, 100%. Nobody.
Fauci was particularly ironic.
Well, how about Trudeau? Trudeau, I think this is his third. He just got diagnosed again. I think it's his third batch. Gavin Newsom, governor of California, I think he's had it twice.
Yeah, it's just anyway.
Yeah, but have they really gotten it, or do they just do that when they want to disappear for a while? Because I don't necessarily believe that the top politicians and whatnot are getting an actual vaccine.
Well, they might. Well, I would agree with you on a lot of them, but I think that Trudeau really is dumb enough that he would have, for sure.
Yeah, he seems like he's all in.
Him and Gavin Newsom both are like the proverbial pretty boys who don't have much going on upstairs and are just useful idiots for the true power brokers.
Have you seen the meme? And it's Newsom with Trudeau, and Trudeau's taking a selfie of them both, and he said, "Hello, have you accepted the state as your Lord and Savior?"
We're just dealing with madness. It's truly fascinating.
It's being done by design.
Yep.
More and more. It's just you can't.
Oh,
you try to argue with it, and it's like, yeah.
And now everybody's talking about aliens too. Like, come on, like seriously, how much more things we got to pile up on everything?
Well, we used to call those demons.
Well, yes, but I'm just saying that it seems like, people are trying to, pile everything at once. Everybody's confused, do not know what's going on, and terrified of everything right now.
Well, it's because huge portions of civilization have been brainwashed into thinking that somehow we came from rocks, that incredibly complicated software can create itself, and ultimately there is no mind-body problem, there is no information problem, there is no fine-tuning problem, and that somehow everything that screams teleology must somehow have happened through random undirected process, and it's like completely chaos, random chance, total accident, no purpose. So I mean, if you believe that, and you, whether purposely or you've been brainwashed to think it, either way, it's very easy for people to get manipulated. And as we were talking about earlier in relation to identity politics and such, and individualism, I mean, I agree with the point. I think it was you, Slavic, were making the point about the individualism being a problem, but I think it's been not. I think the original concept of individualism was excellent and was fundamental to growth. But what it's turned into, what it's been metamorphosized into now, of like it completely obliterates self-confidence. Like, oh, who I am is dependent on things I have no control over. Like, I only have self-worth if I fall into one of these bazillion different little subcategories. And that is why I have substance, not who I am and not what I've done. It's things that I have no control over, is whether I do or do not have value. And I think that is causing a dramatic exacerbation of so many problems that we're dealing with right now. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Yeah, I think it's the insane part is that, they used to at least hold to science. Like, they used to scream like, people that are religious, they're dumb, they don't believe in science. But now they don't believe in science. There's no such thing as biology. There's no such thing as anything. However you feel, that's who you are. It's kind of like they became the fundamentalists in like a weird way,
Yeah, no, we've lost a common faith in the future.
I'm glad you managed to get it, Cheryl. I see your chat there.
Well, yeah, Cheryl survived. That means she's probably got a good fighting chance. When the ninjas come for her, she'll be able to beat them back. And by the way, for those who don't know, the ninja is the new strain of
yeah. What was that? What was that big strain after Delta that they actually let slip something critical on the major news stations, saying that the big problem they had with it is it was such a mild strain, but people ended up getting natural immunity, and it basically made their vaccines almost worthless. And they said this on television.
Omicron, yeah.
It was probably the Omicron.
Yeah.
And they actually said that on television, and it was never aired again.
Well, what I'm intrigued to see is, I don't know if you saw the news story a couple days ago, but apparently they have admitted that, number one, the efficacy of the jab is less than 20% now. That's from Big Pharma. However, in response to that, later this fall, they're going to have a totally new jab coming out to account for the new variants.
Oh my!
So I'll be very intrigued to see if they try to go into full scale, mask lockdown, and we all need to get jabbed. If you're not jabbed, then you're the threat and all that kind of stuff. I'm anticipating that's going to be what happens, but I'll be very intrigued to see if it actually comes to fruition. And part of the reason I'm curious about this is, driving around Nashville, I've noticed they have like all of these old sites where they drive through to get tests and get jabs and stuff. Those locations, most of them have been shut down. They've been reopened. Well, let me rephrase. They've been reconstructed. Nobody's there. They're not open, but they're being rebuilt across town. So I'm wondering if this is like preparation for trying to push for it again.
Okay, here's something I haven't been able to figure out. Is if you have, well, actually I have figured it out, but they haven't explained it. Is if you have never taken the vaccine and you ended up getting the virus, you got natural immunity from it that helped you to resist it. However, if you got the vaccine, you end up catching it over and over again. So something is blocking you, once you get the vaccine, from developing natural immunity.
From my understanding is that the way the vaccine works is that it produces a certain type of immunity, the one that's they pre-programmed. So the shape of the your immune system builds the shape that locks the virus. Well, they have a pre-built shape on the virus that your immune system builds those Y connectors or whatever they call them. I forget the name of them right now.
The spikes.
Yeah, the spikes. It closes the spikes, but they have a special shape. Each one is a little bit different. So when you get your the original immunity, it covers a broader spectrum of spikes.
Right, but what I'm saying is that if you did not get the vaccine and you caught COVID, you got natural immunity, which helps you with a variety of strains. If you got vaccinated, you still end up catching COVID, and you don't seem to get the natural immunity from when you caught COVID because you got vaccinated. So something in the vaccine,
that's correct.
Something in the vaccine is blocking natural immunity,
and that's been proven in research, 100%.
Okay, don't take my word like 100%, but I think it's because something about your immune system does not fire up to the full throttle, and that makes you produce less, and those die out. Like you lose it quicker than if you had it for.
No, you're not creating the memory T cells specifically to that
something like
virus.
that. Yeah.
Number one. Number two, it's actually been shown to be deactivating portions of your immune system. So, I mean, it's not only you're not getting the same level of defense for the next time, you're also being hamstrung simultaneously. So, I mean, this is, I think initially a lot of people were all like, "Oh, it's a bioweapon and they're trying to kill us all," and it's like, yeah, well, I'm not doubting that actually. However, what a lot of folks didn't really want to think about was this is just one part of the bigger plan, right? So you got, we'll take out X, and sidebar. This goes back to why I think the pale horse is coming, right? Because that quarter of people of the world that die, they die of famine, disease,
pestilence,
war, and wild beasts, right? And it's like, let's think about this for a second. If you're the globalists who are actually wanting to take out the world, or the majority of the world, you're not going to try and do it all just from one tactic, because if that one tactic fails, you need to have backups, right? So let's start World War III. That'll kill a bunch of folks. Let's if nukes get dropped, that's going to kill a bunch of folks. If we get some EMPs, man, civilization ends where that should get shot over. Lots of people are going to die there. Oh, and let's also toss in some famine, artificially constructed, and and some disease. Let's do that. And if we have this other thing that we know deactivates like the P53 gene, which is part of your like DNA repair, we know we'll see a skyrocket of cancer. So we'll kill a bunch of people die of cancer, a bunch of people die of heart attacks, strokes, all these other things. Well, cool. So not everybody died of just one thing, right? So you got to spread the blame around. You can't just blame us for the one thing, right?
And then they'll be the saviors. Yes.
Don't forget the pesticides and metals being sprayed that'll make the animals go nuts.
That's true. That is
weird. Then if you need food, you have to come to them, get your ID to make sure that they they know they gave you the food, and then you're good to go.
Well, and see, I think they're going to go with quantum dot technology next for the tracking.
Yeah, that's possible.
I mean, it already exists. Bill Gates patented it for data and commerce. So, like, if you want to do electronic financial transactions, you can have it via quantum dot injected into you. I mean, come on now. Talk about a mark of the beast, man. Quantum dot technology. I mean, it's already being tested too. That's what gets me. Everybody's like, "Oh no, you're that's fear mongering." I'm like, they're literally doing it right now. What do you mean?
They're spraying food to track it with nanotech now.
Yeah. Oh, and I tell you what's freaking me out, because I love salad, is they've publicly stated that they're currently programming salad to have the freaking quote unquote vax in it that'll grow inside it. And you eat the lettuce, you'll automatically have the vax. Yeah. Because think about it. It's not that big. I mean, think about it. If an mRNA vaccine is nothing but a sequence, right? It's not that. I mean, okay, cool. So we hack in the genome of the lettuce plant and insert that sequence, ligate it in there, and presto, it's now in the lettuce. It's not that complicated. I mean, it's complicated, but I mean, from where our current technology is, it's not like sci-fi. Like we're doing that all the time already.
Yeah, they're already doing corn and a bunch of other stuff. They're adding vitamins and all the other garbage into it, which is also growing inside the corn. They modify the genome of it.
Well, heck, they've got some of them they've modified to grow pesticides themselves, like in the plant.
Yep.
Really?
So,
Wow.
yeah. So I mean, like, if you're already doing that, why is it out to lunch to think that they wouldn't be able to program in an mRNA vaccine or the equivalent? I mean, obviously it would be in the DNA, but put a gene in there that will be expressed by the ribosomes to produce, it's not that this is not pie in the sky,
Yeah, well, you realize the whole thing with Monsanto having the GMO seeds was that these seeds were made so that they could grow when they were being doused with the glyphosate. And what the plant would do is, in order to survive, it would take this poisonous glyphosate and push it into the fruit, the part that we eat. So the plant would survive by poisoning the fruit, which we ate, which also made any seeds sterile.
Interesting.
That's how they do it.
That's how they do it.
I didn't know that. I was wondering how they made, because I know they made them sterile, that you can't replant them, but
if you don't hit them with glyphosate, they actually can grow, but it's illegal to.
yeah, of course.
It is literally against the law.
All right, so I was gonna stop at 3 hours. We're at 4 hours. I go to bed.
Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. there. We're getting there.
Yeah, well, didn't they say 5 hours at the beginning of it?
Yeah, well, Cheryl said 5. I'm cutting it. I'm going for the middle. I said 3. She said 5. We're at 4. So you guys want to do last words, and then we'll call it a night.
No, it's anyway. Good discussion.
I would say Jesus Christ is Lord. So if you wanna not just live on this short life, live eternally, you find Him, and everything else don't matter.
Well said.
Yeah.
I would just like to caution people that are trying to bring people to the Lord that you remember there are basically 3 steps. 3 steps. There's planting the seed, there's watering, and there's harvesting. And so many people are concentrating so much on harvesting that they forget that people have to plant the seed and water as well. So don't take it as a negative if you can't immediately convert them to Christ, because if you push them too hard, you will push them away from Christ.
Yeah, you got to set an example too.
Seeding and watering is important too.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah.
Well, folks, I appreciate everybody for hanging out and enjoyed the conversation. Thanks everybody for doing super stickers, super chats. Greatly appreciated. And as always, I hope.
LPP, one more thing. This is not for announcing. I just wanted to tell you the short clips. Anyway, that's it. I know now you have less time because you have to dance with some, but other than that, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I need those short clips. I know. All right, everybody. Thanks so much. Hope you have a great night. Have an awesome Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Spend time with family. Make sure you're thinking about the big picture stuff and not getting, brainwashed or distracted by the fluff, and stay focused because, I'm not saying get so hyper serious. You're not fun anymore. You're not being able to enjoy life. But at the same time, don't be stupid and don't be complacent to you and ignore the obvious signs that are staring you in the face and makes you need to get your act together and get ready for the bad times. But at the end of the day, make sure you use the brain that God gave you, the mind, and ultimately whatever conclusion you reach, whatever you decide to do for yourself, make sure it is logical, plausible, and probable to result in your eternal and current salvation. Have a good night, everybody.